Hello and welcome to UK Games Expo 2021. Yes, myself and my compadre Jerry,
Hola.
and the rest of the team from OnTableTop are bringing you UK Games Expo live streamed into your homes, so you can sit back with a beverage or do whatever hobby or gaming you want to do in the background, and we will bring you the best and the brightest of the show this year. On the show floor, we have Ben. We have Justin, we have Free, and we have John, our four trepid explorers, who are going to be endeavoring to bring us all of the kind of the little sneak peeks, the exclusives, and all of the hidden gems of UK Games Expo. Myself and Jerry, our job is to just be like you at home, where we get to sit back and enjoy the show from afar.
Bask in the glory of it all. Just drop into our live blog, keep an eye on what's coming up, what they've seen already, and occasionally we'll be pulling bits and pieces out from the live blog as well, and seeing what things catch our eyes. There will almost undoubtedly be more in this live blog over the weekend than we get a chance to show you during our little time segment, so definitely jump in there and see what they've been getting up to and who they've been talking to, because there's going to be a whole host of stuff going on there. If you get the chance to get down to the UK Games Expo, you are deeply lucky people. But if you don't, you can go to the UK Games Expo page, have a look around to see what's going on, maybe even have a look at their little interactive map to see what sort of things you may want our journalists to go and find for you.
Yes,
and we
absolutely.
may be able to get them out there and looking for the stuff. So it should be a lot of fun when we get into it all.
Remember, this is an interactive live stream, guys. We are monitoring the we're monitoring the Twitch chat. Oops, that's first blunder of the day.
That's a well-known portmanteau. Everybody uses that.
So we're monitoring the Twitch chat, we're monitoring the Facebook chat, and we're monitoring across YouTube as well. So if you want to talk to us over the weekend, just hop into the chat there. Let us know what you want, and we will do our best to feed that back to the four roving reporters, and get them to bring us something that you want to see.
Yeah.
Right. I want to quickly show you some of the stuff that is going on being Friday. If you haven't made it down to Expo and you have a chance to get down to Expo, I have an opportunity to show you some of the stuff that is just about to happen. Before that, it's worth mentioning that we have one of the sponsors of UK Games Expo this year, Wayland Games. Unfortunately, can't make it to the show, but they do, however, have a special offer that they're running at the moment, which is you can get £5 off when you buy the Bill and Ted board game and the Rufus Remix. So if you buy both of them, use that code RIFFINTIME, and you will get them for, I think it's like 20 quid, I believe. £20.
Wow.
So, right, seminars. So, if you are basically hovering around at work with nothing to do, and you have the means to get to the expo, these are the seminars that are running for the rest of today. So at 2 p.m. we have Serious Game Design, 3 p.m. Create Awesome D&D Adventures, 4 p.m. Kickstarter and Fulfillment, and then at 5:30, Life is a Game with the legendary Ian Livingstone.
Yeah. Some great seminars. Today's the only day for the seminars as well. So if you have any interest in getting down there and taking a look at some of those, obviously, depending on your point of view, some seminars may be worth more to you than others. So Guy from How to Be a Great GM is doing the tutorial on how to be a great GM, encouraging people to be sort of more technical with their build-up, planning out your adventures in advance, getting the story hooks all there. Game Quest will be talking about how to do the Kickstarter fulfillment, actually get the stuff to your backers, which is where a lot of people fall down when they don't have that sort of company knowledge. They have a great idea, they run a great Kickstarter, and then actually getting into the hands of their backers is the final hurdle that is a step too far for some. So that'll be fascinating, especially if people are interested in launching their own games miniatures, whatever it happens to be. The big one for me, though, has got to be Life is a Game with Ian Livingstone. That's also the longest seminar because it's, I believe it's free, unlike some of the others where you have to pay. It's going to be in the Toot Suite.
The Toot Suite,
Toot
yes.
Suite. And after a sort of a 45-minute, hour-long sort of narration from Ian about what he's got up to with his life, his whole journey through the gaming sector, he'll be finishing off with about an hour of Q&A and also book signing. So if you've got a whole stack of fighting fantasy books that you want to get down there and get signed up, you know, Birmingham's not far away. So,
yeah. Is it too late to get a flight?
No, I don't think so. No, not for that time. You should be fine.
For me, the one that I would love to have seen was the Writing Great D&D Adventures. I'm just so into all of that, and I would just to you know, get some insight into how other folk, you know, unlock their creative minds on the whole process. It would certainly be well worth a watch. Right. We are also, as well as bringing you some of the streams that are recorded by our team, we're also going to try and hook in with those guys live. It's a big experimental thing. No guarantees it's going to work, but we will do our best. But before that, Jerry, if we could have a quick look at the live blog.
Yep.
So, guys, if you are tuning in and out over the course of the weekend, remember, as well as this live stream, we also have the live blogs, which are over at OnTableTop.com. And whenever you go to OnTableTop.com, you can click through to the live blog. And the way they'll be running at the moment is the earliest stuff will be at the bottom. So if we scroll right the way down to the bottom, Jerry, and we'll see what was the first thing that the roving reporters actually caught today.
Oh, there's quite a lot already.
There's already a lot in there, guys. So it's if you haven't had a chance, now is a good time to to have a swizz through it and see what you've got. So we have an interview there. We'll be bringing that interview up in a little while. But yeah, first things first, we are going to take a quick break. We're going to try and connect to our team live and get a little insight from them as to what is going on so far in the show. Okay, so we have managed to connect with our roving reporter. We have Justin
Hi
on the
guys.
show floor. Hey, Justin, how's it going, man?
Honestly, it's good to be back out and about. What can I say? There's so many people here. Everybody's just happy to be out and gaming again. And honestly, I can't blame them. All the traders are here, set up, and there are so many cool things to see.
What has been
What
your
about you
highlight?
guys?
Yeah, what's been your highlight so far, Justin? What all have you seen?
Well, so far, one of my highlights is there was a stand I found that does leather armor. And I'm a little bit tempted to go and get some van braces for myself because they're not super expensive and they're very pretty. You know, that, and if I'm going for interviews, I can like barge people out of the way and just wipe the COVID off that.
I don't suppose they had a nice pair of chaps in there, did they?
Unfortunately, no, but they do some very nice animal masks. Free actually got with them that should be going up either now or later. So definitely worth checking out. Very, very cool stand with some very cool stuff. All handmade by one guy. And that's something I love about this show is sometimes just a guy can turn up. He has an idea. He has a one-man band doing it all himself. And, you just get some really cool stuff out of that.
Yeah. I tell you what, can you do us a favor? Can you do a slow kind of pan across?
Oh, yeah.
That's the trader hall you're in, yeah?
So we are currently in the Traders Hall. So right here where we're at, we have an anime stand to this side of us. Down here we have actually somewhere that John went to, which is D&D Dice, who have a very cool little thing on the go. So they do some custom dice, some nice high-end ones. And one of the things to do is, if you want to get a specific set, sure, go ahead. But if you like a little bit of a risk, a little bit of a gamble, you see these gold packs that we have here.
Yeah.
If you pick yourself up a set of that, it's cheaper, but it's a randomized set of dice that you're going to get. So that's a little bit of fun for everybody that's coming to the event. And I absolutely adore things like that. Just people who are vendors who are having fun with everybody.
It looks like giant bars of chocolate to me, Justin.
Caramac, it's Caramac Mountain.
Do I really need to start singing Willy Wonka? I'm going to go ticket. Over here, we have bubblegum stuff. We caught up with these guys at the press event. They are currently on Kickstarter for their latest game, which is Plant-Based Riot. It is a really fun, satirical-based game of building gangs of veggies to fight against each other. Not one for me, being the meat eater, but definitely one to check out because they are live on Kickstarter now. Across here, our friends from Riverhorse are about, and a lot of our other old friends are about. You remember, Jerry, whenever we did Coalitions?
Yes.
If I remember his name right, Simon is here with Nuts with a couple of games. So, up with during the press event. So we've got
yes.
Nice top-down level game. Our friends from Dream Big are here as well. They've got some really nice stuff, and I've been told they have a game that is a challenger to Kingdom Death Monster. So that is this one here, Importance of Wolfengard, and if it's something that can beat Monster, I'm just like, oh, my wallet's gonna cry. But they also have their classic Wreck and Ruin that we've seen before, which is a fabulous game of post-apocalyptic vehicle building fun. Who else do we have that's kind of fun around here? Now, let's see. Is there anything in particular you guys would love us to actually capture over the weekend? Because there is so much here. Sometimes it's easy to miss stuff. So even the community, if there is something you would love us to see, make sure and drop it in there to the comments.
We're getting community chats in now, Justin. People are starting to get involved on the chat. And Hell, H-E-L. So some folk from Mythic, yeah, they're wondering if there's anything about Hell there. So, yeah.
Mythic games are unfortunately not here. They will be at Essen, from what I've spoken to Benoit about, but they are not at the show this year, as far as I know.
Stone Sword are at the show. I want to see whether or not we've any Hogs of War updates from them.
Okay, you want some Hogs of War?
I do.
Now, the other thing is we do have lots of generalized traders who come along to the show, but there are some people that turn up to the show who do things that are really nice. So there is one here, the Pyramid of Khufu, and I am informed by Tony, I believe it was Tony that told me this, the lady who makes this game, everything that's made for the game goes to charity. And again, that's something that just warms the heart at events like this, just doing things for others and coming together to game.
I've got a question for you. Is Moonstone there?
I have not seen Moonstone here. I would definitely like to catch up with the guys, just because their stuff is gorgeous. Did you see the Jada that John recently painted? My God, such a gorgeous miniature.
Brilliant. Right, Justin, we'll let you get on, okay?
Oh, yeah.
We will catch up with you guys a bit later in the day to see how you're getting on. But myself and Jerry are going to go through now and start to digest some of the content.
Start digging in.
Yeah, that you guys have been working on. Okay, so we'll be right back after this. Okay, now's our chance to start getting caught up on some of the bits and pieces that have been going on at the Expo. Remember, you can join us via the chat. We are monitoring chat from all over the sources, and you can watch us on the UK Games Expo homepage and the OnTableTop homepage, just to get the latest and the greatest of what is going on at the show. Right. I think we're going to get a catch up with the Descent Legends of the Dark, Jerry.
Yep. So this is a Fantasy Flight game. I suppose a new version of a classic that's coming to us. And let me see whether or not the machine will let me work.
Yes, we'll see if it's there. So if you haven't played Descent, now Descent, Jerry, is that the one that they moved it, that they put an app in it as well? So it had a kind of like an app-driven DM at some point.
I think it did have an app.
Yeah.
But maybe they've removed that again.
Yeah, hopefully they've improved it and removed the app. And so as us salty old grognards can just get in with our little physical dices and things like that again.
Anything that doesn't require me to have to use technology is always good. But let's kick it in. Oh.
Right, let's get a view.
All right, guys, so we're here at the UK Games Expo and we have something pretty special here. So Ollie from Asmodee is going to be taking us through Descent Legends of the Dark, which is the new version of the game that is coming. It's coming out quite soon, isn't it?
It's coming out very soon. We are expecting it to come out on the 20th of August at the moment. It is expected a little earlier in the USA because they've got their stock a little earlier than us. We're still waiting for ship containers to come in. As soon as they're with us, we will get it out. We believe it will be the 20th of August at the moment, but we will update retailers to tell people about that if that changes.
Very, very cool indeed. So I want to know, I want to know everything. I want to know everything about the game as it stands and kind of like what's a little bit different from the previous editions and that kind of thing as well. So take us through it, man.
Okay, so this is Descent Legends of the Dark. It is not in the true sense a third edition of Descent. It is a completely different Descent story. And the focus on this game is storytelling. As you can see, hopefully from the dungeon in front of me, you can see already, we have a three-dimensional set out for our game. Our hero characters are in grey and our monster characters are in the brown. Every part of the board is an interactable object. You can interact with the trees, the wells, the doors. You can interact with the cauldrons, the archways. Everything is a something to be explored in the game.
The massive dragon statue?
The massive dragon statue, absolutely. Again, he is to be explored, well, or maybe sacrificed on, perhaps. Who knows? I don't know that part of the story yet myself. So, absolutely. So, we have an interactive game. It is powered by an app. So, as a player, you take care of all the parts for your heroes. So there are 4 heroes that we start off with in the game, and there are 2 new ones that get discovered to add to your team as the story progresses. And our characters are going to have a selection of weapons, and their weapons are always going to be 2-sided. And this is going to be part of the choices that the players make in the game, is which weapon do they have in their hand at any time to strike with. And you can change which weapon you use. And sometimes what happens is that to do a really powerful attack, you're going to get tired. And that's going to be represented by putting fatigue tokens onto your cards. If your fatigue number on your card exceeds the number that's on the weapon, your character will start taking life damage. So you don't want to get to that point. And to clear the fatigue, you have to do a ready action. And when you're ready, you have to switch to your other weapon. And with your character, you can also ready. And your character has different stances or different abilities depending on which stance they're in. So again, there's this dynamic about which is the most optimal power you want to be using at any point in the game to defeat the enemies that are ahead of you. So let me tell you about the miniatures. If you've ever seen a second edition miniature, you will know that this is our new edition. The second edition miniatures, about that size. They're made out of a soft plastic. We've gone for a very hard plastic quality here. I think these are some of the highest quality miniatures that we've ever produced as a business, as Fantasy Flight or as Asmodee itself. And the dynamic sort of posings on our figures, they are going in every direction. You know, and that is every creature, every monster. I think the detailing on our figures is really exceptional this time round. I think they're really something special.
When I first saw the miniatures getting previewed, I was like, "Oh, this is interesting." What's all that? Because I find the old ones quite charming, I guess would be the right word to say it. But I think these are like incredibly, as you say, dynamic, I think is the right word for it.
I think we have really outdone ourselves in the quality of the miniatures that we've produced for this game, and we think they are absolutely fantastic. But let me talk a little bit about the app. I do have a version of the app. Unfortunately, it's not going to show very well for your video, so I think we'll move on to it. But the app covers all the parts of the game that, and typically, like if this is a role-play game, that the Dungeon Master would cover. It determines whether you hit, whether you go left or whether you go right. It tells you how to set the board up as you set it up. It gives you the narrative of the game. It also has a save point. So at any point of the game, you can just save and log out, and it will remember your status when you go back to the game. It also has a backwards feature. So if you make a mistake in the game, or you accidentally applied the wrong attack or the wrong setting to something, you can go backwards and correct it as well. So at any point, you can go into the app and you can select a monster and you can adjust his hit points or his status. If you suddenly realise, oh, that should have done this, you can go back and correct that rather than just being stuck with that decision. So the backwards feature we think is going to be very popular. You can have multiple saves on the games. And the character path that they develop, and I don't want to ruin the story, but at various points in the game, your characters have to be given a choice about how they develop themselves as a person. And you know when those points are. They're not going to surprise you. We're not going to surprise you by, you did that, but you didn't know that that was important. We're always going to say, this is a choice point for this character. And then we're going to give it a little bit of dialogue and like an option. So is this character going to be on a quest for vengeance, or is he going to be on a quest for his own independence? And it will say what type of action this is, and it will record them. And again, you can go back and look at your character sheet and you can see how many or which types of choices your character has made throughout the game. And that's not everything. You might,
And that's not it.
you might get gold, you might find herbs, you might find some strips of leather. Again, as you find loot and things throughout the game records all this for you. So you don't have to write it on a piece of paper, you don't have to remember it when you turn the app off, it's all there. And then when you go back to town, you will have an option to craft or to sell items. You can sell items, you can craft extra items for yourself. You can craft potions as you discover recipes for them. You can upgrade your weapons to even cooler weapons as well. And once you've got a potion, you've got it. It's not something, again, it's not something you have to remember or tell the app, I've used this potion. The next mission that comes along, you will have that potion as an option to bring along with you again. So you don't have to keep rebuilding them. Another question people have asked me is, if I've played the mission once, can I play it again?
Oh yeah, because replay value is often quite a big thing in these sort of larger sort of adventure games, isn't it?
Absolutely. And not only do we have obviously the options of which characters we use and which characters we take to a mission, which weapons do we favour and which options do we use with that, there is also the core mission will probably be mostly the same, but there will be parts of the mission which will develop differently depending on when you play it. So there'll be some parts that will surprise you. So if you've played the game before and then you play it with a different group of friends, there will be bits where you go, oh, I didn't expect that, because that's different, because we have changed some of those bits, again, to add that extra replayability factor to the game. Each scenario takes about 2 to 3 hours to play, depending on how fast you play the game. You can also have a difficulty setting from simple, standard, hard, and warfare, which is incredibly difficult and hard to play as well. So we're going to change the way you can play the game. And if you find a setting too difficult, you can change it. If you're halfway through a campaign and you can just change it, you make it harder, you can make it less harder. So again, we're trying to add a lot of variety to the way that you play this game and how you interact with it. What have we not covered?
There is a lot of this game already. One thing I want to ask you, right? So obviously when it comes to these kind of games, people gravitate towards certain characters that they really like.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite?
I do have a favourite at the moment, actually, and it wasn't what I thought it would be. But at the moment, my favourite is Varix, and Varix is our dragon hybrid, which is this guy here with the long spear. Currently, he's my favourite. I think he's mysterious. He's obviously got a backstory. He was part of a dragon culture, but I believe he's been outcast. I'm not really sure myself what's happened, but I think he's an outcast, and how he's still trying to do the right thing and how he looks after his people, I think is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how his story develops myself.
I was really hoping that you were actually going to say him, because he's my favourite as well.
Great. I think he looks very cool. Did I also tell you that certain monsters might have weaknesses in the game? I mean, a bandit might be particularly susceptible to being shot with an arrow. And again, as you uncover these things, the app will tell you, oh, this guy really didn't like that sort of attack. He's weak to that sort of thing.
And is that developed dynamically as you play? So sometimes a bandit won't be weak to it, and then sometimes they will be, kind of thing, or?
I don't know. I've not tried that. I think they might be the same, but as the game develops, a bandit might not be a bandit. He might be a bandit skulker. So you might first encounter a bandit, you then might encounter the bandit skulker, and he'll be a different type of bandit in the game. But again, as you uncover those weaknesses as a party, the app will uncover those weaknesses and will remind you what they are, so you can look at them. So, I mean, I really love the way the app works in this game. And again, you know, you control the board, you control where the pieces go, you decide where the monster moves and how that interacts with the game. But the app really is just doing all the crunchy work at the other end, and it is so. I've not explored all of it yet myself, and I'm really excited about the work.
I am absolutely blown away by your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
It sounds really, really cool. And as someone who really likes diving into kind of like big fantasy epic board games, this sounds like exceptional, and it kind of seems to bridge that nice gap between that sort of classic board game and it being a role-playing experience at the same time.
Absolutely. So and I think this sort of the dungeon delve medium has always been trying to strive to be as close to an RPG as possible, and it has made steps over the years in how it's developed. And I think in terms of that storytelling interaction, I think we've really taken this sort of style of game that one step further with this. And I think other people in the future are really going to be trying to outdo what this game is now doing for that dungeon delve style game.
Very, very cool. So here at UK Games Expo, can people give this a go themselves and try it out and stuff, or?
Unfortunately not. This is the only copy of the game, and it is not being demonstrated at the expo. I'm so sorry, but it's not. I do apologise.
But this is a really nice look at it as well, which is really cool, and it's coming out very soon, as you said, so yeah.
20th of August is coming out really soon. Yeah, absolutely.
So not too long to wait to get your hands on Descent Legends of the Dark. Sounds really, really awesome. I love that you've chosen exactly the same cool character as I did.
Fantastic. That's great minds think alike.
Of course. So yeah, make sure to come and check this out. Maybe get your pre-orders in for it and everything like that as well. We'll be back in another video very, very soon.
Right.
Grey, and our monster characters are in the brown. Every part of the board is an interactable object. You can interact with the trees, the wells, the doors.
I'll let Jerry find that.
Yeah. I will kill it to death. Kill it with fire.
Right. Now, Dungeon Delvers. Jerry, I'm sure you and our viewers at home will agree that as the world's foremost dungeon delving connoisseur, I can have an opinion on this.
Really? You surprise me, sir.
I'm actually really intrigued, I've got to say. Right? So let me discuss this, okay? This may stop being the UK Games Expo show, guys, and it might become the Dungeon Delving show because, right, firstly, the miniatures are gorgeous. Secondly, I love the fact that they're going 3D, okay, with the levels.
I thought you would like that.
Yeah.
Even stuff on the bookshelves.
Yes. Now, I don't think it's I don't think it's particularly the most elegant execution of a 3D kind of dungeon experience. I would like to have seen a more elegant execution of it, so that whenever you were looking at your gaming table, it didn't look like cardboard slotted together. Okay, and the problem with cardboard slotted together is it's very difficult not to make it look like cardboard slotted together. Yeah. But it is there. So along those lines, They are two massive, massive ticks for me. Loved the textures, loved the minis, loved where they're going. There was a few key things that he said. Everything, you can interact with anything, whether it be a tree or a door. Love that. Love this blending of the role playing and the dungeon delving. The other thing that I noticed, D20s and D8s all in there.
All the polyhedrals, yeah.
That's a great thing. I know in any kind of like dungeon crawler, if I do an experience for myself and the kids, I bring the polyhedrals in just so as that they can. There's something awesome about the polyhedrals,
There
Jerry,
is.
and they're renowned with RPGs and with dungeons and fantasy and stuff. So I'm really glad to see them there rather than a couple of D6s.
Yeah, it's always easier to modify, I suppose, is the easiest way to do it. If you've got, even if you just keep everybody hits on a 4+, and you're going, well, that's a bit dull. And you're going, yeah, but a goblin rolls a D4, but this barbarian rolls a D20. Who's going to hit more often? You know, it's a simple thing to manage. Obviously, if their app is doing other clever things in the background, that's fascinating. Although I did notice the dice had little starbursts and things on them. So
Yeah.
so I don't know if they are regular dice or if it's just
Some custom dice.
some custom dice in some way.
It's nice. So for me, it's enough just to have the polyhedral
Yeah.
shapes in there because, you know, if you're playing with kids and stuff like that there, I just think it's a great way to introduce them. We've got to talk about the app, though. We have to talk. Like, the elephant in the room for us is definitely the app. I feel like my grandfather, whenever color TV came along, okay?
Yeah.
And he wasn't convinced at all until he saw the snooker.
Right. I can understand that, yeah.
The snooker was the killer app for the color TV for my grandfather. At some point, Jerry, the killer app is probably going to come along, and convert us. I somewhat like the idea of the
bookkeeping.
of the bookkeeping being handled by the app. My
Makes a lot of sense.
difficulty with it is longevity.
Yeah, and this is the one that keeps coming back over and over again whenever people talk about apps. At some point, the server they're on will not be maintained or updated, and at that point, then you no longer have access to the same game.
And the difficulty, the difference between ourselves and, for example, video gaming, right? There are a load of old video games that I would love to play. Many of them just not around anymore. You can maybe do it via emulators and things like that, but it requires a certain amount of expertise to be able to do it. However, I have a 20-odd-year old copy of Warhammer Quest.
Yeah.
I have a 20-something-odd-year-old copy of Space Hulk first or second edition. I can pull these games out today,
And they are exactly the same.
and we could play them.
Yeah.
We're not relying on any servers. We're not and the difficulty is we all know too well, like how many Google systems and stuff have we jumped in on only for Google to go, nah, not good enough, bang. You know, and it's the same with a lot of the video games, the online servers for the multiplayer.
Say goodbye to your Angry Birds.
Yeah.
You know, things like that. Things that people thought, oh, this is so prominent, so much the zeitgeist at this time, it will never go away. And then it went away, and it went away very quickly.
Yeah.
So
I'm just checking the chat, guys. So if you have anything you want to say on this now, do let us know. But certainly for myself, you know, the app and all might be really good.
Yeah.
It might completely give us a new experience on it. But that board game's not cheap. You know, that board game's rocking in, I think, at around 150 quid, or you know, in around that mark. Okay, I would like to think that I'm not reliant on external sources. So, I think as a tip to all of you game designers, go app all you want, go ape, but it might be worth including a rule book.
Yeah.
Even if it's quite dense, it might be worth including an offline version of it in some way, because, you know, as much as, you know, we all want your apps and your board games and all to do well now, if you're going to be the next Steve Jackson or Ian Livingstone or one of these guys, you need to have longevity. Your board games will often outlast you, and they become your legacy. So make sure that
very true indeed. Yeah, but I mean, everything I've seen there, and I know obviously you weren't a huge well, I wouldn't say that you weren't a huge fan, but the 3D trees and that sort of thing, the way that those all stacked together, I really like that feel of having the different texture essentially between the miniatures and the thing. And when you see the size of the box, it was a honking great big box.
Big box, yeah.
So it seems like there's enough cards, components, and other bits and pieces in there that surely the amp can't be doing too much.
I can't imagine it. I can't imagine.
It's not like you've got this potion card now. The app is handling it all. Yeah, sure, but there's the potion card there right in front of you, mate. Surely I can just put that under my character.
I think. Do you know what? I think it's one that we will definitely have to play to have a look at.
Yeah.
Right. I want to cover something very quickly, guys. If you are given the opportunity to head to UK Games Expo, there is the open gaming as well. So it kicks off at 9 a.m. Today, where it did kick off at 9 a.m. today, and it runs all the way through to midnight. The same on Saturday, and then on Sunday it starts at 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The open gaming space is located in the NEC Hall 3. And as well as that, remember, I'm not entirely sure how the local hotels and stuff are working, but in previous years, there was also a lot of gaming going on all through the night in a lot of the function rooms and stuff like that in the gaming halls. If that's not the case this year, I'm fairly certain, all going well, it will be the case again next year.
Yeah.
So, right. Next up, we are hoping to hear from Big Dream Games. While Jerry gets that up and ready, I will tell you guys about some of the other bits and pieces related to the show. If you're after tickets, they are still available. You can get them, I believe, even at the door at any of the ticket entry points, or you can pick them up online. The show is running through to 6 p.m. Tonight. But remember, open gaming goes right the way through to midnight. And Saturday, it's doors open again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And then on Sunday, the doors open at 9 a.m. If you get a chance to go, check out the Viking Village. I wasn't sure if the Vikings were going to make it this year. I am absolutely delighted that they have made it this year. So they are there. They're doing weapons displays in the mornings, and then in the afternoons, they're doing a Nefertafel. What is that?
Nefertafel is the Viking chess game, essentially. So it's only running tomorrow afternoon, so Saturday. If you get the chance to get down there, it's, I think, a competition or tournament setup. So we may get various Nefertafel players working their way through the ranks to see who's the well, I was going to say king, but I suppose Jarl of the Nefertafel arena.
So if you consider yourself the next Ragnar Kasparov, you might want to take an opportunity to head to that at 2 p.m. tomorrow. And then the main battles are taking place at 3 p.m. each day on the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday. So
yeah, there is possibly, and I say possibly because they weren't entirely certain, they had talked about doing a kiddies thing, but it wasn't set in stone, so you just have to go down to the Viking Village and check with them because it was coming down to what the current restrictions are for them. So if they can get the kids in there and presumably not swinging metal swords at each other, but having some sort of kiddie arena, then that could be going on as well. It's just one worth popping down to the Vikings and just asking. And who knows, maybe we can get a dozen or so angry child Vikings to leather Justin at some point. It's like, how many people could he take on? Could he take on 50 ducks? What about 10 toddlers?
yes.
What about 20 teens with swords? Huh?
Yes, and 10 toddlers and 50
And
ducks.
50 ducks.
Right, guys, next up, we're going to be having a look at Dream Big Games as they tell us a bit about Wardens of Volvengard. And we have an interview with them now.
All right, guys, so we're here at the UK Games Expo, and I'm here with Mark from Dream Big Games. We're going to be talking about this game that immediately caught my eye because I read Wardens of the Wolvengard, which immediately gave me a tinge of excitement. And then I read a cooperative monster hunting boss battler, which just sounds fantastic. So, Mark, can you take us through this and tell us what it's all about?
So basically, your wardens are coming in to hunt this giant boar, and it's first to die loses. So you're working together to try and take this thing down. In this case, you're literally bringing home the bacon. But what happens is you've got 4 wardens, each with their own unique abilities, and they have an action deck. And this is basically, each card has 2 abilities. So the top ability is an action you can take in your turn, but the second half is an opportunity to be used whenever you see fit. These can be used to deal damage, but also block damage. So it's up to you. You can fire all 5 of your cards and do one massive attack, or you can leave a little bit behind to defend against any kind of damage. But each hunter, they have their own kind of focus. So Creve, he's pretty selfish. He just wants to come in and just deal maximum damage all the time. He's chopping bits off that boar like nobody's business. Artoria, unfortunately, it's her job basically to keep him alive because he's going to eat a lot of damage. So she can gift armor, she can take the hit for him, swap places with him, so she takes it instead. Shadow is your scout. She is good at manipulating the monster, so she can go through his decks to basically see what's coming up. But the monster's health is made up of a wound bag, right? So this is full of tokens, and it basically tells you here roughly what's in the bag. The problem is you never know when they're going to come out. So you're doing 5 damage, you're going to draw 5 from the bag, but you've got in there basic wounds, armor, which are slightly tougher areas, but also counter attacks. And if you don't do enough damage to smash through that right there and then, thing's going to turn around and hit you right back. And the last one is Rage. This is one angry boar. And basically it just goes, ah, and then headbutts you or does something really nasty, and there's nothing you can do to avoid it. So as he gets going, basically, he's got a 3-tier deck, and as he draws these tokens out, his attacks get worse. But what happens is, they initially go into the discard pile when they're drawn, but as soon as you draw from one of the nasty decks, anything that's in the discard is shuffled back in. So that then becomes one of his basic moves. There's a chance then that card's going to come out and you're going to eat that attack again. But there's one in there that comes up too often. It's got an impale. So basically what happens is you get stuck on his tusk, and then he still runs about the map with you attached on the front of him.
As any good ball would do. So.
But luckily you're right in his face, so you get to hit it for more damage. And if you can pull one of these tokens out, basically it drops you. But what happens is, as you're damaging it, he basically has resources that you get to break off him. And if you clear one of these areas, you also get a unique piece of that monster. So if you hit him in the face enough time, you just go, ah, just smash the tusk off. Now, you can't take it out until you get home, but you're taking it home. That's the main thing, isn't it? So you're doing that, and you're trying to use your abilities to basically mitigate what's coming out of this bag. The only way to kill it is to take everything out, so you're going to have to deal with it at some point. So it's how you work together as a team to try and do that. So you're putting cards in, you're gifting each other's cards, you're putting buffs in their bag. So each hunter also has their own little health bag, and when you buff them, it puts something in here.
Right.
So that could be a block that comes out, it basically negates all damage from that attack, or it could be a dodge which negates anything that comes after it. But you also need to be careful because the monster puts statuses into the deck, into that bag, so you don't deal with it right there and then. But the next time you take damage, there's a chance you maybe get exhausted from the attack, and then it basically negates all your good tokens. So all of a sudden you think, right, I was going to avoid that, but now I'm eating all that damage, and now you're like, medic!
So it really does kind of bring home that, as you say, sort of like boss battle style feel from video games and that kind of thing as well. And sort of like planning for different phases and that kind of thing.
This thing doesn't mess about. Yeah. Each turn, his rage goes up by 1. Also, whenever you pull one of these nasty tokens out, his rage also increases. And when his rage hits 6, that's when he pulls out one of these nasty cards. But his minimum rage also goes up by 1 when it resets. So it's easier to get mad next time. So the fight as it goes on, you don't want the fight going too long, or else you'll just end up eating those nasty cards turn and turn again until he's basically wrecked you.
So if people want to come and play this game this weekend, can they come over to and find you guys and give it a go and demo it and stuff? Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. So we're running it on 2 tables all weekend. Stand 2938 it is, Dream Big Games.
You remember the number. Everyone needs to remember the number.
So I expect to be very busy.
Fantastic stuff.
Friday, Saturday, we're running the basic boar, which is just a trainee boar. And if that's not enough challenge, on the Sunday we're running Revenge of the Boar, which is the big daddy boar. Basically comes in and just screws with your day.
So you could come each 3 days and try and find a different challenge. That could be pretty awesome.
And because you don't know what cards are going to come out, you don't know what token order is going to come out, it's going to be a different fight. Even the same monster with the same stuff, it'll still be a completely different fight the next time.
Okay. Fantastic stuff. Well, if you're interested in Wardens of Wolfengard, a cooperative monster hunting boss battler, then make sure and come and find these guys. You heard the number. Come and give it a look. It looks really cool. I like the tactical aspects of it, everything like that. We're going to move on. We're going to do some more videos, and I'll see you again very, very soon.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day one of UK Games Expo 2021. I am here with the team. We have Ben, we have FRI, we have a John behind the camera. So John gives a thumbs up. He's happy this morning. He's feeling frisky. Guys, it's good to be back. That's all I can say. It is good to be back to shows. Ben, what are you excited to see this weekend?
Well, There's always loads of amazing vendors and stuff here, which is fantastic to see. There's a really nice open gaming area that I want to go and check out. I want to see what people get out of the board game library, start playing on the tabletops and stuff. I think it's going to be very, very cool. Importantly, I have heard whisperings that there is a copy of Descent Legends of the Dark floating around in the ether. So I'm looking forward to going and sitting down and talking about that. I think it's going to be very, very cool.
So if we go, where's Ben? Ben is looking at Descent, drooling over it, yeah?
Yeah, I've basically sat down and just drooling over the Dragon Kid model all the time. So yeah.
All right, Free, this is your first time here with us. What are you looking forward to?
I'm really excited. There's so much going on here. There's so much different stuff. I'm going to be popping over to Fantasy Flight and Z-Man Games a fair bit. Catan's over there as well, which I'm very excited about. And the thing I'm most excited about is accessories for my games. I've come in with the mindset to get a really nice set of dice that I can't find anywhere else. And I've seen some gorgeous ones over at Game Tea, so I'll definitely give it a look. How about you? What are you looking at?
Honestly, for me, I'm kind of boring. I'm kind of basic. I am looking forward to seeing everyone that we haven't seen in the last 18 months. I am looking forward to seeing and catching up with all of our friends from the industry to find out what they've been doing, how they've been getting on, and what new, shiny, and wonderful stuff they have for everybody at home.
I was also going to say, make sure that obviously we're doing the live blogs over these next 3 days where we're putting all the videos out. We're going to be showing off loads of amazing photos and that kind of thing. We're also going to be running our live streams, so make sure you check those out every day. They will be on the main page of OnTableTop, and they'll also be on the UK Games Expo main page as well. So go and check those out and see what Warren and Jerry have to say about all the wonderful things we've seen. So yeah,
it's probably just going to be Jerry going, why aren't they looking at the historical stuff? Why aren't they looking at the stuff I like? Go do it. I need a remote presence there right now. I need like a Sheldon bot right now. Although it's Jerry, so tax, so no. Anyway, we are going to move on. We are going to have a fantastic day here. Tons of games are going to be happening. Tons of people are going to be coming in, getting back to face-to-face gaming with their friends. We're going to move on here, and we will see you very soon.
Yeah. So, yeah. So Jerry, you only want to see the historical stuff. How dare he?
How very dare I?
How dare he? Eh?
I was into fantasy games when he was just a spark.
Yes, a twinkle.
A twinkle.
A twinkle in his father's eye.
That's the
for
one.
Goodness
Yeah.
sake.
Shocking
Right.
stuff.
So yes, as the team were saying there, we are live streaming all weekend. And we have some bits and pieces still left to show you. Next up, we have Escape Plan Games. They have the Stop the Train and Hit the Silk.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go on that one?
We will be very, very shortly.
We will be very shortly. Well,
once the hamster spins up,
I will fill some airtime.
It's very much like being in Battlestar Galactica in many respects.
Yeah.
You do spend some time going, what's going on here? And then I'm drunk like Colonel Saul Tigh all the time as well. So it's very much like that.
Right, before he presses play, let me just quickly tell you about the awards this year. So you can vote for your favorites online on the awards. So if you go ahead and check out the ukgamesexpo.co.uk/what's-on/show/awards-shortlist. And then the awards ceremony will be at 3 p.m. on the Sunday, if you do manage to make it down to that. Right. Let's see what the guys at Escape Plan Games had to say.
Production games is they take an hour and a half and everyone.
All right, guys, so we're here at the UK Games Expo, and I'm here with Escape Plan board games. I'm going to be looking at two very interesting ones. So the first of these is a social deduction game called Stop the Train, a board game adventure, which immediately grabbed my attention. I like trains. I also like social deduction games. So take us through it and tell us all about it.
There's also the prospect of explosions, which improves the whole experience. So you are on a train heading to Paris, and there is a saboteur on the train threatening to blow the thing up. The only thing is, you don't know who the saboteur is. You each have your own defined roles, which are kept secret. You all have your own objectives. Some of you might want to take a particular route. Some of you might want to achieve certain things on the way. But the main thing is that once you hit a bridge, you can vote who you're going to throw off, as you classically do on a train. And yeah, it's a nice, fast-playing social deduction games. I always find one of the problems with social deduction games is they take an hour and a half and everyone's really bitter when they lose by the end, but it happens quickly enough that you can sort of move on, and then you're stabbing someone in the back, so that's absolutely fine. And yeah, it's a lot of fun.
As well.
Oh yeah, so the train, as it moves along, moves at a certain speed. All of you are holding certain effect cards, which might accelerate the train. They might brake the train. We might have set up this deck so that you could see a brake, but they're clearly all stacked like that. But yeah, and then so you'll have your three cards. You'll peek at them, discard one, and pass two to the next person. And then when that person plays an accelerate, you can both point the finger at the other person as to why exactly the train is speeding up.
I do like any kind of game that allows you to dob people in. I think that's always good.
Absolutely. I think especially with a role where there's a betrayer, it's much more fun when you have a mechanic that actually shines a light on two people at the same time.
So is this available here at the show this weekend for everyone to pick up, yeah?
Absolutely is, yeah. It's also, I mean, Brendan can tell you more about where exactly it's available, but it's available here at the show. It's available online. Yeah.
So yeah, we also have another game and we're going to learn all about that as well. So this is Hit the Silk, which sounds very cool as well. So yeah, tell us all about it.
So Hit the Silk's an old RAF phrase for taking a parachute and jumping out of a plane. And this game is a semi-cooperative game. It's got a bit of deduction, but it's a little bit more about negotiation, bluffing, and definitely about betrayal. So the plane has been shot by the pilot. So we're a band of criminals on the plane, 4 or 5 of us. The pilot has got wind of our heist. He's put a bullet in the engine, and he's leaped out of the plane with his parachute and a spare, leaving the 4 of us with just 3 parachutes. And we have to scramble to collect the debt. So the money which we owe to a casino as a debt. So the 4 of us need to raise 100 grand and jump with a parachute each, but we're a parachute down. So we've got 2 objectives there: raise the cash and keep yourself safe. So there's a bit of backstabbing, a bit of negotiation, and a few twists and turns along the way. If you do get left high and dry, there's an opportunity to land the plane at the end. And there's maybe a 30% chance that an untrained man can pilot this plane to safety. So yeah, it's a card-based game. So we're a lot of fast kind of card play. Plays in about 20 to 40 minutes, depending on the group size.
Sounds very, very cool indeed. And I say, both of these available this weekend for people to pick up, yeah?
This has just come into the UK yesterday. So this is the first place other than Kickstarter that you can buy this game. So we're happy to have it kind of fresh off production from in Germany. Would have been here 2 weeks ago. A few customs issues with Brexit, but we got there. It's here.
So if people actually want to try and pick this up this weekend at the event, where are they going? I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you remember your booth number?
We do. We're at 2947, and Hit the Silk's available at 25. We've got a special expo deal on Stop the Train that's down to 28 from 35. So you can get 20% off that one. And also find out a little bit about our upcoming game, which is called Run for Your Life.
I see dinosaurs, all right?
You're going to have to run away from these dinosaurs or else you will lose a limb.
Fair enough. So yeah, if you're in the mood for a little bit of social deduction, a little bit of a fast board game to play on the tabletop, make sure to go and check out the guys at Escape Plan Board Games. Sounds very, very cool indeed. I'm very eager to try both of these, and this one also sounds amazing because it's got dinosaurs involved with it. Right. So yeah, make sure to go and check these guys out. You know where their booth number is now, so go and see them. And we'll be back with another video very, very soon.
Well, what'd you make of that one?
I really like the look of those.
I like them.
They're
I really like them.
unusual looking little fellows, aren't they?
I know that Lloydie is in the studio here bouncing around. Lloydie's our resident train fanatic. So the moment he saw a board game with rail tracks on it, he was poking the head in. Oh, what's that?
It also, it makes a lot of sense because if the train is speeding up over and over and over again, then definitely start throwing people off because ballast. Do they work like anchor? I'm not a train guy, but
only if you put a solid chain on their leg there, Jerry, and then you throw them out and you hope for some kind of like wiry bush or something for them to get tangled in.
It's certainly one way of doing it anyway, yeah.
I really like the Hit the Silk. I like the idea of the 4 of us on a plane.
Yeah.
Each of us needs to raise 100 grand or to find 100 grand on the plane and a parachute when there's only 3 parachutes.
It's unusual. I hope they've got inspiration from Money Plane, a Kelsey Grammer-based film, including some wrestlers, which has got to be seen to be believed. How it's not Oscar-worthy, I'll never know. But yeah, it's a casino on a plane going all around the place. And so I imagine that's how they're getting the money up there. Or maybe they're going full DB Cooper. Hijack your plane, tell them you need 200 grand or whatever it was, and then just dump yourself out over the Pacific Northwest, never to be seen again.
Well, I have it reliably informed from the Hobby Lodge on Twitch, okay, that hit the silk reliably translates from the original German term touching cloth. So
that makes no sense. Yeah.
Another nugget of information from a reliable Twitcher out there. Yeah, I'd be quite interested in trying that. Now, the problem with a betrayal game, see, with the whole pandemic, all of my gaming until very recently has just been with little ones and family. And the problem with a betrayal game is if I betray one of my children, I will never hear the end of it for weeks.
So you think you're always going to be launched off the train or chucked parachuteless out of the plane?
Yes, I think I have to do it as a form of self-sacrifice for the family, you see, because I know that Andrea, my wife, would never forgive me.
Yeah.
Okay, and my kids just wouldn't have the capacity in their minds to forgive me. So all of those games I would go into fully in the knowledge that I'm going to lose. I'm going to lose every time.
As long as you know going in, it's not as bad. You know, it's worse when you start playing and then all of a sudden it just goes that way. Now, for a long, long time, I don't know where I got the reputation from, but for a long time, even if we weren't playing betrayal-based games, I would always get knackered early on. So you'd be playing an RPG, and the first thing that would happen is everybody would turn on me in case I turned on them later, perhaps, in this metaphysical world. You go, "You've never played this character before. You can't keep imposing these things on me, otherwise I will just become some terrible, terrible person."
Now, on the topic of playing with the family, I'm going to drop Jerry in it a little bit here by changing things up a bit.
No, it's okay.
But there is a children's zone at UK Games Expo, and Ben has very kindly reminded me to remind you folks about it. So I believe we have a couple of links there, Jerry, to the children's zone.
We do have a couple of links. Right off the bat, though, your family zone is right slap bang in the middle of the map. So there you can see it's Hall 2, 554 and 654 are the sort of the gateway into the family zone. Then there's also just past them the children's RPG area, which are very short run games.
Yeah.
So I think they run every hour throughout the entire weekend.
So little tiny kind of like one shots and stuff like that, Jerry.
And there are somewhere in the region of I think 5 different RPGs that they're running. So they're not. It's not just one throughout the entire thing. If the kids enjoy it, they can always come back and try a different game, different setting, different system, the whole 9 yards. But they're made simply enough just to get the kids in there, get them sort of involved, and encourage them to sort of start gaming early, because that is key in life, I feel. So if we're out of that, I think we can actually see it in here, in the what's on. And I want to just go what's on down to the show and the family zone. So here we have the sort of things that you can see. So there's a generic Let's Play zone, which is where people will be bringing the whole family into, and that's being sponsored by Coil Spring. And like in the same way the actual game zone itself is, they have games that you can just sort of jump in on or get involved with. You may also see little flags floating about on tables saying that they have got room for more players, so you can get involved there. We have the children's role-playing zone, and here we have the different games that they can play. So Dead Man's Party, so a spooky hill in an abandoned castle. So if you fancy your Scooby-Doo-esque type games, your sort of horror light for the kids. Hot-blooded, so full-on Star Trek, possibly, as your engines go out and you are left on a planet where you may be suffering from a bit of a temperature increase, which is very apt for the past couple of weeks we've had, because I've been having nothing but temperature increases. And a small world after all. So it's a wizarding thing. So sort of your sci-fi, your fantasy, and your horror, if you want to think of them like that, for your RPG games. And finally, there is just the children's zone itself. And that is, like I say, being run by Cool Springs. They've got a selection of their games there that people can get involved with throughout the weekend.
It's a little bit gutting for me, actually, because this was the year actually last year was the year that I was planning to take my entire family to UK Games Expo, and then I had to give it a skip this year as well, just with all of the hassles of travel and everything else. So it was I feel a little bit sad on behalf of my kids, but hey, there's always next year, guys. There's always next year. Right.
Yeah, it's not going away anytime soon. People will always be able to jump in. Although, you know, if you are watching this and you can get down to it, then it's definitely one to consider.
Right, next up, one of the team got a chance to meet up with Cerberus Studios. I've been looking forward to this, where you can get to watch a little bit about Mortal's Reckoning and Celestial Affinity.
All right, guys, so I'm here at the UK Games Expo, and I'm here with Benjamin, another Ben from Cerberus Studios, because we found these absolutely amazing miniatures that we had to show off. So, Benjamin, talk us through all of these, because I believe you've got like a miniatures range that's also going to be developing into a role-playing game and all sorts of things. So yeah, go for it, man.
So initially, all the miniatures you see here are, well, they're in various ranges, various scales. We've got Mortal's Reckoning, which is my Greco-Roman game. We're currently developing a role-playing game for this range, but at the moment they're miniatures only. We have a whole raft of storylines for each individual character, and they each interlink, going into a much bigger story. In fact, one of our characters, Lazarus, which is just in the middle there, he's our anti-hero. We've actually created a comic, which is just on the end there, which tells you a prequel story of how he became who he was. We also have one of the biggest miniatures in our range, Emperor Aronoff.
This guy is... I saw that guy from behind when we were walking around, and I was like, that is insane.
So he stands at 230 mil tall. He's the big bad of my other IP, which is Celestial Affinity, which is a 54 mil scale medieval horror. And as you can see there, he's surrounded by his minion demons, who are the horde in my story.
Very cool indeed. So when people come to the show this weekend, can they pick up some of the miniatures for themselves and have a go at them, yeah?
Every single miniature here is for sale. We also have a debuting miniature for the show, which is Commander Ezio for Mortal's Reckoning. But yes, everything you see here is available to buy. They can then use them for any D&D game, painting, collecting, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I was looking through some of these, and I was already thinking of the amazing kind of like fantasy skirmish games I could put together and stuff with them. I think it'd be really, really cool to see them in all sorts of different things.
Yeah, I mean, many people have used these for role-playing. They've used them in their Warhammer armies. So many people have used the goddess in so many Chaos armies and Necron armies. I can't count, but it's really interesting from my point of view to see how people want to assimilate these into their own games, whether that be their own role-playing or even, as you say, into Warhammer or anything like that.
Yeah. So obviously you're saying you're working towards that role-playing game and stuff like that. What's the kind of timescale for you looking towards that?
Well, we're playtesting a role-playing game at the moment, so we're hoping by December we'll have something where you can all have a proper playtest and throw yourself into the world I'm creating, and then it'll be for release next year. For Celestial Affinity, for Emperor Aronoff, we're creating a tabletop game for that at the moment. And again, we're play testing that. So we're hoping middle to late next year for that one as well.
Very nice.
But in between all that time, we're creating novels, comics, and a whole new raft of miniatures to attach to all of these as well.
It's kind of got like a nice holistic approach to the idea of creating a world and all that kind of
Very
stuff.
much so. It was, from my point of view, create the characters in the world first, and then the miniatures come from that. So you grow to love and love to hate the characters I'm creating, and then you want to play with them, collect them, and the rest goes from there, really.
So yeah, guys, if you're here at the UK Games Expo, make sure to come and check out Cerberus Studios. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you remember your booth number?
No, off the top of my head, I don't, but we're in Hall 2. That's terrible of me.
Don't worry, though, because if you make sure that you get yourself a program, it'll have Cerberus Studios in there. Go and check them out.
So.
Check out these amazing miniatures. I'm already considering where I'm going to take these with role playing and stuff. I think that's going to be really cool. So
Very
yeah,
thinking.
I'm thinking maybe using them for some kind of themed D&D adventure, using some of the new stuff that they've come out that went sort of like in that sort of Theros-y Greek style. I think that could be really cool. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, amazing stuff. We'll catch you guys very, very soon in another video.
They're exquisite, those miniatures.
They are beautiful, yeah.
I particularly like that big, monstrous demon. And the moment he said, what was it, medieval horror?
Yeah.
Oh, he had me at that.
Yeah, it's spectacular to see just the range and scale that they're doing as well, because it's not just here are our little sort of horror figures. Here they are, and you know it's a range of 32 mil or whatever it happens to be. Here's our range. Here's some Greek-esque ones. Here's some various different tropes, and then here's a massive. Could be a demon. Could be whatever you want to. I'm fascinated to see what the sort of the story of the other line is, the one that he has in the comic book form as well, because that'd be interesting to see things spun out into other media. I like that.
If I were there in a personal capacity, I'd be at that stand buying up, and then I'd be hunting around to see who does a 54 mil Bruce Campbell mini.
Yeah.
I definitely would need my Evil Dead touch to add into that. Come get some. I think that'd be amazing.
I don't think 54 mil would be big enough. I know Bruce is good. I mean, he is the man after all, but
I need my Ash mini, guys. I need a 54 mil Ash mini to go after them, after those demons. I think that would be great. Right. As well, next up we have one of my favorites. This is a great little company. It's called UK Games. They're there with Cosmos. And one of the team got a chance to sit down with them to get a bit of a tour of the games that they have brought with them to the UK Games Expo this year.
No. We think that.
And you can't find it.
Well, I've just had to refresh the page to see whether or not it's snuck in yet. No, it's not in yet. So,
why do I feel like I'm presenting the Olympics here?
It's good. At least nobody has attempted to back over our journalist yet with a motorboat.
Yes.
Give them time though. So I will throw up one instead then, just to catch you out.
What are you going to do?
So I got the chance to sit down and have a bit of a conversation with Bad Comet Games from South Korea, who couldn't make it because they're not allowed out of the country. So we had a bit of a chat about an upcoming game that they've got called Wild Serengeti. So hopefully this will work.
Hello everybody. Today we're joined by Bad Comet Games to talk about an upcoming venture for them as they enter into the wilds of the Serengeti Plains.
Welcome to the Serengeti. Here lies one of the Earth's most precious natural heritage, where millions of wild animals graze, hunt, and thrive. We invite you, as a celebrated director, to produce the greatest wildlife documentary in history. Wild Serengeti. From carnivores and scavengers to large and migratory herbivores. Discover the wide range of animals that inhabit the Serengeti. Capture their grace and beauty in the wild on camera. Film scenes filled with creativity, inspiration, and expertise. You could even manage to find a rare scene never seen before. Combine exciting themes together and create powerful synergies to advance your documentary score. But the animals will not wait for you, for they must constantly be on the move. Your time and resources are limited. So always remember to plan your actions efficiently. The Serengeti, the cornucopia of the wild. Film the greatest wildlife documentary of our time.
So it's a pleasure to have you at UK Games Expo, even if it's only virtually.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Kuno Kim. I'm the designer of Wild Serengeti. And
my name is Lucia. I am the community manager.
So this is not your first game for Bad Comet, but it's a slightly different game. Your first game was Warring States, which most people think of as more a sort of a tactical war game. Whereas in Wild Serengeti, you eliminate all of the war and are going for a much more sedate and mellow game. Do you want to tell me a bit about the idea behind it?
I'm a huge fan of wildlife documentaries.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, I watched a documentary called Our Planet, and I was really surprised by all of these beautiful animals and their behaviors. And then, as a designer, I was inspired by that documentary to create a game about wildlife.
What we're talking about here is a game about bringing people into the heart of the Serengeti Plains and capturing the various types of wildlife that they see on camera. But it's not just one basic mechanic within the game. You have multiple mechanics that all feed in to make the game sort of quite unique. Can you tell us a bit about how you sort of develop the structure of the game?
So we basically have pattern building and set collection, and a little bit of engine building element. So I mixed those mechanics to create a unique experience.
Mm-hmm. And when people are playing through, do they take the role of one of these characters that we're looking at, or are these part of the game mechanics?
So basically, you become a director, trying to film basically a documentary about Serengeti. So you're not playing really the animals, but you're playing your own self as a director to basically film the winning documentary for the game.
Whenever we're looking at the board layout, then you start with the Rock of Ages. Is that your turn tracker? And on this, then you play a 6-turn game, and in it you're trying to capture the best footage you can of the various animals within the plains themselves.
Right, and it also tracks which coins that you would earn during that round, or the events that would take place. So like if you see for round 4 and 6, right underneath there's a card that shows you which event would be playing in that round. Okay.
And what sort of things do the events do to change up the game then?
There's about 12 of these
or ceremonies
where you would count how many, depending on which award ceremony it is, there's an animal that's portrayed on it, and you would basically count all the animals and the icons that you would have collected, and it would count towards the documentary score in the end that you could further on to add to your documentaries.
If we have a quick look, there is a rulebook available that you can download and essentially take a gander at. And I think this shows some of the things quite nicely in it as well, because the animals themselves, which are all these sort of lovely animeeples, move across this wide area of the Serengeti itself. But then when you're drawing scene cards to try and get the points, they may not always be in the area you want them to be in. So you have to try and coax them in with food, or alternatively just use the magic of special effects to maybe shift their location somewhat. So they may not actually be in the plains, they could be paddling in the waters instead, and that's not where you need them to be. So you can sort of use trickery to get the shots that you want, like any good wildlife documentarian does. With this being the base game that's coming to Kickstarter, do you have plans to expand it beyond what we see here in the rulebook currently, the prototype rulebook?
I think through these stretch goals, we will add a few more SIN cards and specialist cards, the characters you can select during the game.
But right now, I don't think we have any plans.
Yeah,
Really add expansions.
it's a fairly self-contained game as it is already. There's a lot in there for up to 4 players, and
Yes,
I noticed, and I noticed there are some mechanics that vary depending on the amount of players you have. So when you reach the migratory phase, you may have quite a lot of the animals that you've been stalking for some time for a shot that suddenly flee off to pastures new and stop you from actually getting the shots that you wanted to see. Are there many variations on things like the migratory phase? You were saying that there's cards that play out on turn 4 and 6, the event cards. Are they like this, or is this a separate mechanic within the actual game itself then?
Well, we have the migrations that happen so every like 4, 5, 6 rounds, and then we have the events that go on where you could count towards your documentary scores, but also for our players that are a bit more experienced and want a bit more variety, we do have character cards as well that you basically choose in the very beginning of the game that could add to, various different gameplays every, time that you game. And I believe we have about 12 of the specialist cards in the works at the moment, but we're continually trying to add more variety and things like that. And the ones that you do see on the rule book is just the ones that are a little bit maybe hard to understand. So we're just trying to get people to understand, which is why that we included them in the prototype rulebook. But we do have a lot more in the work.
Well, it's good to get feedback from people whenever they're looking through this, especially if it is something that's a little bit tricky to get the idea across. Sometimes it's nice to see what various people interpret the rule to be. I also see solo modes available, which is very important in games these days, I feel, if not just because it gives people the opportunity to sit down and play the game themselves before they introduce it to friends, but with the way the world is nowadays, being able to have a solo version of a game is always handy. Was that always something that you want to include in your game?
So in our past game, the Shaolia, there was a lot of feedback saying that they'd love to see a solo version of the game, which is why when we started to design this game, we made sure to include that from the very beginning.
Makes a lot of sense, and it also helps develop the community as well, that they know that you're accepting feedback on the games and using it to make a better product for the next games going forward. Is there anything else you have planned for Wild Serengeti that you want to tell us about?
So if the launch goes well and the project goes well, we said before that we don't have any expansions in the works, but would love to continue on to maybe different versions of the game. So like Wild Pacific, Wild, just different regions that, and maybe include a lot more animals. We've been getting a lot of feedback about wanting to see different animal meeples that are not in the Serengeti. So it'd be great if everything was success and we could go on to making different additions.
Based on what people have fed back and how keen they are on wildlife documentaries, the Blue Planet and things like that have gone absolutely spectacularly. I don't see any reason why it has to be limited to just the Serengeti. People can obviously jump on wherever and really explore and expand. So hopefully this all goes well. If people are interested, then they can go over to your website and sign up to keep an eye on the launch, which is August 18th currently. So you just come across to badcomet.co, and then you can go into Wild Serengeti and get notified on the launch. If people are downloading the rulebook and giving feedback, do they do that through the website or through Facebook?
They could do that through our Facebook group. We also have an Instagram account, a Twitter account. I believe our email is also listed on the website. So
Okay.
Wherever anyone's comfortable sending us a message, feedback, input, we're glad to receive.
Well, there you go, folks. If you're interested in becoming a David Attenborough-like narrator and capturing the very best in wildlife documentaries, then check out Bad Comet Games' Wild Serengeti, coming up on the 18th of August. Until then, bye-bye.
Right. I actually really like it. Look at that game. It's beautifully designed. I haven't a clue how it plays, Jerry.
Well, it's an interesting little one in that you have a character who's making the wildlife documentary itself, and then you essentially have scenes that you get dealt. So your scene may be something like leopard, walrus.
Right.
Assuming walrus live in the Serengeti, and it will want you to get it in a specific place. So maybe on the plains, maybe in a jungle, maybe in a river, or maybe one will be in a river and the others will be elsewhere. So you get like adjacent scenes or sort of linear scenes. And every time you get a scene on camera, that gives you points for your documentary.
Right. Okay.
So sometimes you need to coax things. So for example, if you're walrus, again, a native of the Serengeti.
Yes.
If your walrus isn't on the specific land mass you need it to be in, if it's not paddling in the water or if it's not halfway up a tree, then you can use either special effects to doctor the footage. Not that wildlife documentarians would doctor the footage or fake footage, but needs must. Or alternatively, you can use food to lure them into the correct position as well.
Could you get one of those, another native of the Serengeti, a native orca, and get the orca to chase the walrus?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
Genius.
There's absolutely no reason not to do it that way. And it is just a case of building up these scenes over time, because every scene gives you points, and then that biggest points total wins at the end.
Yeah.
But you have those little events to deal with, whether it's things like the migration, and the migration is just a whole host of squares marked off on the board, depending on how many people are playing, and every animal that's in there just goes away. They just all go, oh, Serengeti is lovely this time of year, but I'd much rather be over there. Bye. And you've spent ages trying to line up crocodile, wildebeest, moose. Again, another native of the Serengeti, and just to see them run off before you finally get your award-winning documentary shot. David Attenborough has it easy, very easy these days. He just, he sits at home and somebody goes off in a submersible. Whereas here you're having to put the nose to the grindstone and get out into the heat, and just try and dig out the footage you need as well.
So, breaking news just coming in there. We'll make sure and pass on your best wishes to Tom, who was spotted there, the lesser spotted Tom, throwing us in the breaking news. We can confirm at this stage that no one has hit Justin on the head with a wet sponge just yet. But we live in hope, Jerry. We live in hope.
We do. We always live in hope. And you never know. Sometimes you just need a long stick. A long stick with your sponge on the end of it.
Yes. There's many ways you can use it, but poking Justin on the head, that's our favorite. Yeah. Right. We are going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in a little while, and we will bring you whatever the latest stuff that is dropping in from the content from UK Games Expo. So, go off, get yourself a bite to eat, chillax, and we'll be back soon. Hello, and we're back. Hope you enjoyed your beverage. We're back. We've got Ben. Hiya, Ben.
You do indeed. Hello. Hopefully you can hear me. Everything's okay. Yeah.
Yes, everything's grand. So Ben, give us an update. How's it going?
Going pretty well. Yeah, we've been going around talking to a whole bunch of different people, sort of getting videos together and things like that. You've seen a couple of them anyway already in the live stuff like that. It has been really, really fun just seeing what everyone's been getting up to and stuff. We've seen so many people sort of diving in, playing around in like the different sort of like demo areas and stuff, which has been really, really nice to see. I don't know whether or not you've heard about this actually, but they've been doing this really cool thing, especially within the sort of open gaming area, where what they do actually is that if you are sitting down and you may be playing a 4-player game, there's only 2 of you, you can get these things called like little gamer flags. So you can flag those around and like wave them about, and then if people are up to it, they can come over and start joining in your games. So you can have like full big games with everyone, which I think is really, really awesome. So yeah, they've been doing some really fun stuff like that.
So it's like an emergency I need company flag, yes?
It's an emergency I need gamers now flag, yes.
I tell you what, bring some of them home with you when you're coming.
Bring some gamers as well.
Yeah.
So
said bring some gamers with you as well.
I'll do that as well. Yeah.
So Ben, what have you had any highlights yourself of interesting things that you've liked the look of?
So one of the things, obviously, that you've seen so far was the Descent Legends of the Dark, which obviously we've already talked about, but I won't go too much. But that was really, really good fun. Apart from that, there's a company called Hachette Board Games who'll be doing some really cool coverage of stuff. Hopefully, you'll see some of the videos coming out for that very, very soon. But they've done like a really nice array of different styles of games. So they've done lots of sort of standard Euro games, I guess you call them. So you've got sort of like a tile laying game. You've got very much sort of like a worker placement style game as well. But then what they've done on top of that is they've kind of added this little bit of crunch, I guess. So if you're a bit of a rugby fan, you go, le crunch if you're doing French, I guess. But they've done some really, really nice, fun games that have absolutely beautiful artwork with them and everything. And as I say, you'll see the videos for that, which will be very, very cool.
So Ben, can we get you to do a little pirouette with John, the cameraman there, so as we can get a look around and see what everybody's doing?
Shall we have a walk down here, actually? I'll show you around some stuff. So, yeah. So, as you can see, this is the family zone that obviously you guys talked about on the live stream not too long ago, which is pretty cool. Obviously, very, really awesome to have some places for you to go and sit down with your kids and everything like that as well. And then you've kind of got like 3 different sort of zones. So, like, if you point the camera over towards this way, you've got sort of over there, you've got kind of like C-Man stuff, which is sort of like a big, huge demo area. And in that area, you can sort of sit down and you can sort of try out new games and things that have been sort of coming to the market and things, or maybe just ideas that are sort of blossoming. And then over that side, you've got a few more vendors in that direction. You've got the Days of Wonder section over there. Then right down the middle, you've got this massive section where people can sort of sit down and play the games, as we were saying before. So you have the family zone, you've got the Catan zone further down here. Let's actually just wander down a little bit. Hopefully everything stays good with the connection. Because then you've obviously got the big Cosmos stand and stuff down there as well, which is really, really cool. Great stuff there. Then as you move over to this side of things, you've got loads of the sort of like big vendors and distributors and that kind of thing, the big retailers. So this is where you've got loads and loads of board games for sale for everyone to dive into and check out. And obviously, if you go and pick up one of these games, you really enjoy it, you can then take it over into the open gaming area, which is the other side of things, and you can have some fun there too. On the other side of things, beyond that, you then kind of got, I guess you would have said that it's a little bit like the kind of Artist Alley that they did sort of like 2 years ago, back in 2019 and 2018 as well. That kind of has a bunch more slightly more esoteric stuff. That's kind of got your LARP stuff. It's got jewelry. It's got dice, of which I'm fairly sure a lot of people have already picked up already, haven't they, John? You enjoying your dice? Yeah. So yeah, so you've got a nice little mix of different things, which I think is really cool. I think what we have a really awesome idea actually is in the future when we come back to do another one of these live ones, we'll kind of move over into those different sort of segments, and I'll kind of give you a little bit more of a close-up of each of those individually. I think that'd be really awesome. So yeah, we'll do something like that.
That sounds fairly fascinating. I know there's cosplayers kicking around the place, Ben. Have you run into any of them yet?
So we have, unfortunately there's not around us right now, but actually what happens with the cosplayers is they've got like a little section. Actually, in fact, there are some costume bits and pieces up here which we can go and have a look at. So when it comes to the whole sort of like cosplay area of things, what they do is they have the main stage up there and then have this section here, which you can see has actually got a whole bunch of cosplay outfits and stuff already built around it and that kind of thing. You might remember the orcs and stuff from previous years. We've done really awesome stuff, and obviously you've got the Stormtroopers and that kind of thing. People can come here and actually start learning about cosplay and that kind of stuff. But if you want to get your pictures taken as a cosplayer, you can also go over to the main stage, and they've got photographers there who are going to do stuff from like that. Well, take pictures of you, and you can show off your outfit, all that kind of thing. But yeah, as you can see, awesome Star Wars stuff here. And we have actually seen a couple of people wandering around and that kind of thing. So we bumped into, I think it was a whole bunch of Daleks, which was pretty cool. We bumped into, what was it? There's like a barbarian, well, sort of wandering around, which is pretty badass. And you might have seen in the image that we actually did for the opening today for Friday for the live vlog.
Yeah.
Had me coming out of the TARDIS, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was raving around my sonic screwdriver or my sonic mic, I guess, maybe. But yeah, so that was good fun. So yeah, so we've actually seen some people walking around in cosplay. It's been very cool. I did spot a stormtrooper struggling out of his outfit next to the toilet.
That is cosplay 101 right there. Always make sure that you can get your costume off when you get caught short.
Yeah, I was like, is that Trooper 002? And where's 001? So yeah, which one of those? But yeah, it was very cool. So yeah, neat seeing it. He had a very exasperated look on his face, but he smiled afterwards. So I'm sure he's okay, I think. Unless he's falling down in there, in which case we need to get on the radio. PK421. But yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, there's some magnificent looking Star Wars bits and bobs behind you. I see a Sith Inquisitor mask from
I know,
KOTOR.
there's amazing stuff here. It's really cool. And I think that's one of the things that I think is really cool about just the show in general, is it's like a really nice melting pot of different things. So if you're just like into nerdy stuff, there is things to come and see, which I think is really cool. So yeah. And it caters to everyone within the genre of tabletop gaming as a whole as well. Because I mean, John's been able to find some really cool stuff about tanks and World War II and all that kind of thing as well. I've been able to delve into the fantasy side of things, which has been pretty awesome. Justin has bought himself some bloody van braces. Are they called van braces? He's bought some van braces.
He was threatening it earlier.
Those, and then you can laugh at them.
What are man braces?
So you've got gauntlets are kind of like an all-round hand thing.
Yes.
Jerry, correct me. I don't know. But van braces are things that go just on the top of your arm. Yeah. So yeah, he's got two of those that he's been walking around with quite proudly. That's been quite
lovely.
One way of doing
on
it.
camera and show them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will get back to it, Ben. We'll try and call in with you guys and maybe see if we can get a wee update from FRI later today. So we'll grab you guys one last time for a continuation of the tour.
I'm fairly sure he's off looking at something lovely and cute, I think is the case.
Accessories.
Accessories. She does like accessories.
Yeah, I'm told this weekend for FRI is all about accessories for the gaming. She's after that set of dice that you just can't get anywhere.
Makes sense.
Right, Ben, thank you for that, buddy. And we will see you soon. Well, that I suppose is one of the things about the expos and conventions. The bit that gets me is the discovering stuff that you just never see. Yeah. It is a journey of discovery walking around one of these places.
Yeah, and for things like that, I mean, because we haven't really touched on it yet, the cosplay side. They do every day at 1:30, I think they have a big cosplay parade around the main stage. So if people want to have their photographs taken, they'll be there, and at least you know where they're going to be. But then just wandering around that area, and you can see a whole host of lightsabers and bits and pieces that people have crafted from a range of places. So you've got the White Hand banner from Lord of the Rings side by side with some Sith Inquisitors from the Old Republic, and you know, it's fascinating, those little bits and pieces that are in there, and the gaming setup as well for not just the open game but the families and getting the kids involved seems to be doing great guns. So it's nice to see.
Well, next up, guys, I believe Rubicon models, according to what I'm looking at, Jerry. This could be one for us if you can find it, because it says here Rubicon models with Vietnam miniatures, and some new releases. Right, while Jerry's finding that for us, let me just bring you up to speed on some of the other live events that are taking place over the course of the weekend. So, tomorrow there is Tom Crosby, the Performing Nerd, Questiny, Jolly Boat, Werewolf Live, which I think would be a lot of crack, and then you have the Dark Room, the very famous Dark Room. So if you get a chance, definitely get down and have a view of that. There's a City of Thieves live reading tomorrow evening, and then the Dark Room taking place again on Saturday night. And then finally you've got the Truth About Darren podcast, which is kicking off on the Sunday. Right, Jerry.
Yes.
Rubicon Models. Will we see what they got up to?
Let's.
It's John here at UK Games Expo, and it hasn't taken me long to find something historical and tank related. So I'm over at Rubicon, and I have Steve who's going to be showing me a few of the upcoming and the new releases as well, because you all know, if you've seen the unboxing, that's the kit I fell in love with. And I've already been pressing Steve to find out when more of this sort of thing is coming. But that's not what we're going to be talking about here. We're going to be talking about a whole rake of new releases here and upcoming stuff, as well as a game system. So, Steve, let's start with, well, I'm going to let you decide where we're going to start. So,
Okay, so at the moment we have for release the Centurions, which are quite a large kit, as you can see. We have the new Sherman, we have the QLT, QLDs, the Sonderkraftwerk Zug 10, and the 2 centimeter flak. That's available today. We have some nice resin Soviet tractors, which, you know, who doesn't want a tractor? We've got the Tilly and the Scout car and the heavy BTR, the heavy BTR 20, I believe it is. Also the 37 centimeter anti-tank gun. And we have previews of the QF 1725. These are available today, these Jeeps also, and a preview of the upcoming Panzer II, which a lot of people have been waiting for.
So, with all the new releases and stuff, the Panzer II is absolutely gorgeous, by the way, and the two Dodges, they're fantastic looking. Moving forward then, because you have the Centurions here as well, but you have the BTR 60 here as well.
With rubber tires.
With rubber tires, which is really cool. This is, as we were talking off camera, this is another step of bringing that scale model feel to a war game miniature. And not only that, we're actually looking at a rule set now for Vietnam, yeah?
That's right, yeah. We're taking the first steps into making our own in-house rule system. It's going to be, like most things Rubicon, we're trying to do things slightly differently than what's on the market at the moment. So we are going to announce an alpha rule set very, very soon, which will be downloadable for free from our websites. People will be able to download it, get involved, download the tokens, STLs for free if they want to do 3D tokens, printed versions if they want printed ones for free also. We're going to try and get the community to help us to take that into the beta version, and then we'll start playtesting and get people involved that way. It's a lot different than a lot of systems, so it's been quite difficult to develop it over the last year. It should have been out now, but COVID got in the way. It's quite hard to get a team together physically. We did as much as we can with networking, with Skype and that kind of thing, but at some point you've got to get boots on the ground, as they say, and get people to play test. So it has delayed slightly from what we wanted to originally. So we're hoping that that goes down well. And also, obviously, the release of the Vietnam stuff in Q4, hopefully.
So all in all, there's tons to look forward to coming out of Rubicon. Every time I've seen something come out, I've kind of drooled a little bit. So
that's good.
I'm going to be having a long conversation with Steve once the camera's switched off, because there may be a suitcase going back to Ireland with everything. But anyway, hope you like this look at Rubicon. Go check them out. And if you're coming to the event, please come and have a chat with them, have a look at the rule set and have a little chat.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun. So much fun.
Do you know, miniatures and historical were not something you would have found at UK Games Expo just a few years ago. We joined with the UK Games Expo in terms of a partnership for the media and stuff like that. This is our fourth or fifth year, something now, maybe our fifth year. But we said at the time, you know, one of the things that we'd love to see is more miniatures games and miniature model makers and things like that appearing at the show. So for me to see someone like Rubicon there, I think it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. And I will tell you why. Because I know that UK Games Expo is all about the family friendly.
Yeah.
100%. And I completely support that. However, there is often a dad or someone along those lines, or an uncle or something, or whoever, that whenever they walk past Rubicon, they've maybe never seen something like that
Hmm.
outside of like an Airfix kit or whenever they were a kid.
Sure.
And then to suddenly look down and see your childhood flash up before your eyes with all these dinky little tanks and everything, I think that is something awesome.
Yeah.
And I wonder how many would possibly stop and talk to the guy and say, "Do you know what? I'll maybe take a kit or two with."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting thing, because for so long it has been the board game side that UK Games Expo has really sort of pushed with, and it's the board games, the card games, all those bits and pieces. Miniature game, obviously for some people the miniature game is far more important. For other people it's far less important. But the key is to get them in there so people can see, and then they can actually possibly step outside their comfort zone if they're constantly playing board games.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they see some miniature games that attract their attention and go, oh, well, it's not a big step to move from something like a Descent into a skirmish game. And especially nowadays, the lines blur so much. It's also fascinating to see that Rubicon are moving from just doing miniatures into an actual system of their own as well.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll be very keen to get a crack at that, or at least get a read over it to see where they go. It's historical games. They're interesting because they have to find almost like a unique approach or a unique mechanic, because they can't change the history so much.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's really interesting from a game developer point of view, because they're always trying to find a unique way to repaint the same history that has already been painted multiple times.
Yeah, it's how to make your version of Vietnam stand out from what could be dozens. And weirdly, I don't know if it's a cyclical thing, if it just happens that people tend to develop these because of things they've seen or key dates, but there's quite a lot of companies actually pushing towards a Vietnam game that's due to come out sort of next year or later this year.
Yeah.
So Vietnam could be the next big period that people sort of dive into. And Rubicon are sort of at the edge where they have the technology, they have the sculpts and the like, and the hard plastics have been going fantastically well. The resin stuff is new as far as I know. And I don't know if that was the Seocast, but I think they've got on board with the Seocast as well for some of the more intricate miniatures that maybe don't require hard plastic tooling because they are very small. So the likes of tractors and that sort of thing. So there's lots of companies getting on board with that as well. So you're seeing this whole development within the industry that's sort of helping to widen out what is coming and what we're seeing.
Absolutely. Right, guys, next up, we're going to be taking a visit to Hatchet Board Games. Before then, let me just remind you that we are doing live streams all weekend. So tomorrow, we're coming back on again at 1 p.m. and we'll be with you right through to 7 again. And then on Sunday, we're doing a shorter stint, but we're going on from 10 a.m. through to 2. Also, one of the key sponsors of UK Games Expo this year, they continued with the sponsorship, but even though they weren't able to go, and that was Wayland Games, they have a deal on at the moment with a board game that they have created, Bill and Ted. If you buy the board game and the expansion and use that code in the checkout at waylandgames.co.uk, so the code is RIF in time, you get £5 off. And at the new pricing, that means you get the board game and the expansion for 20 quid.
Bargain. Party on.
Party on. Right. Next up, we're going to visit Hatchet Games.
All right, guys, so we're here at UK Games Expo. I'm here with Richie, and we're going to be talking about all the fantastic stuff that Hatchet Games have to share with us. So, take it away and lead us through this smorgasbord of absolutely beautiful looking board games.
Thank you very much. So we'll kick off with Icky. This is like a sort of mid-weight, heavy Euro game. We're set in Edo era, Japan, and we're in this sort of central market space in what is now Tokyo, basically. So really what drives the game, you've got this dual-layered turn order track, basically. This is the firefighting track, dictates turn order, and helps you to avoid catastrophes later in the games. So all of these shots would have been made
made from wood and paper, so being able to put out the fires is quite important. So in this, leftmost space goes first, and so that's our yellow. So yellow will choose boom to go there, purple's next, boom goes there, and then blue goes there, let's say. So the actual turn order kicks off in this order. You're then moving around the central rondel, and each of these spaces is like a market or like a trading location, a stall around this market. You can take the main action, and throughout the course of the game, we're all going to be employing these workers up here, or artisans, and they will then become available at these trading stalls. So boom, purple stops here, he does the main action, and now has the choice of one of these two additional actions. If you use the actions of other people, you upskill them, train them up. Those people can potentially retire, which continues scoring their owner a bigger end game bonus and contributes to like an end game score as well at the end of the game. But there are lots of other ways to score points at the end of the game and during. You've got tobacco, pipes, fish to score, so there are things to buy throughout the game. You can build buildings and bits and pieces like that. And in between each round, so we're playing over the course of a year, every season change, these workers will change. So any worker that's left is incentivized with coins. Between seasons, they wipe and are replaced by steadily better and better artisans and workers throughout the game. And matching workers will score points between rounds as well. So they score you end game points, and if you manage them correctly throughout the game, they'll score you points between rounds. So in this case, we've got 3 blues times 2 for red, 3 blues times 1 for purple. So end game, balancing your end game and your points throughout the game.
Sounds very cool. I really like the idea that there's lots of different routes towards victory. I think that's really cool with games, especially because you can go into it and approach it one way the first time, and then be like, right, okay, this time I'm going to try and go a different strategy and stuff. So it's all very cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, also, it's a very hard game to pitch in like a minute. It's really one you have to sort of play to appreciate like the layers and the beauty of it. Really.
Sounds fascinating and looks very beautiful as well.
Yeah.
So let's move on and carry on. So yes.
This one's slightly easier to pitch in a minute. Okay, so it's called Almady, and really it's like a tile placement game. Okay, easier to explain, but a little bit crunchy when you get into the meat and bones of it. So it's 2 to 5 players. You're essentially going to be drafting tiles from this central pool here. If you take a tile from the 1, you have to place it in row 1, and similarly for all of the numbers. So you're looking to score end game points for these reasons. So your oases will score you 3 points per tile in the pool. Largest group will score their opponent, their owner of them 6 bonus points. Your camel herd, if they're all adjacent to each other, the larger the herd, the more goods they can carry, and then the more points they score you at the end of the game. These are mosaic tiles, so your palaces will score you points for being adjacent to the oases, and extra points if you can cover them up with a mosaic tile. Rubies in the basic game, which I've got set up here, just score you points. In the advanced game, with the cards hidden in the box, they can buy you characters, give you abilities and points and bits and pieces like that. And then, yeah, that's basically the game. But really where the crunch comes is as you're placing tiles, which I have to show you over here, you can see all of these things on the outside. If you point an arrow to a thing, you activate that ability. Right. So this symbol, boom, it's going to get that player some additional goods at the end of the game. They get more complicated than that because the right placement can trigger several things all at once. So let's try and find a good example on the spot. This is a good one. So boom, that one goes there. I trigger that symbol, which means I get a mosaic for the end of the game. These pots would be end game points, and this carpet symbol here means you can pick up a tile and move it somewhere else, which means, let's just say this was it. Pick it up, move it there. I've chained on that turn, those 2 actions, and then got myself an additional. So you can build some pretty big turns with the right combination of tiles that you're crunching out.
I'm a big fan of tile laying games anyway.
Yep.
So having one of those that's got a little bit, as you say, a little bit of extra crunch.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really cool because it kind of takes it to that next level.
Yeah,
Sounds very, very awesome.
Totally, yeah, and you just scale the decks for the player count. You scale the decks when they run out. Boom, game's over. And whoever's got the most points wins.
So yeah, what else have you got to show us here?
So I will hand you over to Jamie for the next 2, if that's all right. Yeah. So I'll push you on down that way, and we've got dinner in Paris. In fact, I can walk you through Trek 12 whilst Jamie's walking through dinner in Paris. Yeah,
let's go around over here. Come this way, Justin. Come here.
Hello. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, we've got Trek 12 here as well. So it's a roll and write game co-designed by Bruno Catala. And
You can play a quick ascent, which is climbing up one mountain, because that's what we're doing in this game, or you can play like a longer climb where you do 3 peaks in one session. If you play 1 peak, you just score the most points. Whoever scores the most points wins. Boom, done. Over the course of 3 treks, you're looking to get the most stars, and you get those in a variety of ways. The game's sort of driven. You roll the 2 dice, bosh, and you'll see you've got sort of 19 spaces on your board and 20 boxes on this track here, basically. So you either choose the lowest of the 2 dice, the highest of the 2 dice, the difference between them, the sum of them added together, or them multiplied together. Every time you do that, you check one of these boxes, so you can only do each of them 4 times throughout the course of the game. Highest number you can put in this spot is 12, and the lowest you can put in there is a 0. Cool. You're looking to explore areas of the mountain or map routes to the top. To explore an area, you want an adjacent group of the same number. To map a route to the top, you need a sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for example. You then score the highest number in any group plus every single circle that's adjacent to it. Yeah, that's the meat and gravy of it. Your biggest group of like an ascent to the top or your biggest explored area will score you bonus points. Any completely isolated space will score you negative points. Most points wins. And then if you're playing the advanced rule, whoever wins, i.e. scores the most points, you'll get a star. If you score over 65 points, you get a star regardless. And those rewards get steadily higher and higher throughout the thing. You also have difficult terrain on these boards, and the highest number you can pop in those sort of like darker circles is a 6, so they're slightly trickier to navigate. But when you're playing through those modes, you get a little bit of helpful gear. So if you're ever grouping 0s, 1s or 2s together, you get a little bit of gear to help you out. So you can get an additional plus. You can get some rope that helps you skip over a space. You can get this card, a compass, to avoid placing adjacent for that turn, and little bits and pieces like that. And most excitingly, if you meet certain certain like requirements, you meet certain criteria throughout the game, you get to unlock these envelopes. And I do like a good envelope. Tell me about it. So you get additional content for the game that you can use in every single playthrough from then on in each of these envelopes. So yeah, this one, once you get 2 11s next to each other, a group of 7, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Very, very cool. I really like that we're starting to see a lot more of these kind of like roll and writes developing beyond just kind of like, sort of like a basic level. We're seeing lots more games sort of built into them. I think it's really nice. Yeah. No, it's a really lovely exercise in optimization, but there's like a nice engaging theme with it as well. Yeah. And now we're here with Jamie, and we're going to be talking about dinner in Paris. So please take us through this one. Again, looks very, very nice.
It does. So Dinner in Paris is a mid to lightweight Euro game. Your restaurateurs trying to build up new restaurants in this newly opened terrace area in Paris. Over the course of the game, you'll build up new restaurants and terraces coming out of them. So to build your restaurants, you'll be collecting sets of ingredient cards, which will allow you to place different restaurants. The smaller restaurants, like the friterie, only require you to have a couple of potatoes, but sort of the gastronomique, well, you need a bit of everything.
Of course, you need more food, obviously, to feed the people in these lovely restaurants.
Exactly. Over the course of the game, you'll be placing out your terraces, which will gain you victory points and also more income. The terraces sort of have a sort of polyomino effect as well, which you can gain bonus victory points from. In addition to that, each game has a set of variable objectives, which will give you more victory points. The last one, which is a bit of fun, is anytime you cover up a pigeon with a terrace, you get a bonus card. And these can range from sort of ongoing effects to one-time things like placing an additional terrace. You'll keep going until you're almost out of restaurants, and then count up to see who's got the most points.
Sounds absolutely fantastic. And anything that means that pigeons actually help out is fun. They're not just the rats of the sky. It's great.
Exactly.
So yeah, if you're interested in any of these games, can people come and try them out here at the show this weekend?
Yes, we'll be demoing all weekend along with Studio H, just off the Family Games area.
Fantastic stuff. So if you like the look of any of the games, so you've got Icky, you've got Almadi, you've got Dinner in Paris, and there's also Trek 12 here as well. fantastic games to come and look at. They look beautiful. So yeah, go and give them a go, and we'll be back with another video very, very soon.
So Jerry, I was watching that, and then I thought I saw a board game called Dinner, and I thought, wow, that's going to be my favorite board game ever.
So close, and yet so
close.
far.
They took it too far. You know, so all they needed was a board game called Dinner, where I just have to eat the world's biggest steak, Uncle Buck style.
I do like the fact that they've introduced me to the word polyamino.
Yeah, what is polyamino?
I think it was the little Tetris shapes, like a domino, but more than a domino. So
a polyamino.
A polyamino, which has got to be a good word for Scrabble.
Yes,
if nothing else.
I liked the mountain climbing one.
Yeah, that one
I
seemed
thought
really,
that was
really
kinda
fascinating.
cute. Yeah.
I haven't played a huge amount of roll and write games. I think Rome from PSC is probably the only one I've really got into. But that one was interesting because I imagine if you've got young family and getting the kids involved and at the same time teaching them basic addition, subtraction, bit of maths. They're you know, and the fact that he didn't at any point go, it's edutainment.
Yeah.
During his little spiel, it's the game. It's this mechanic, and the fact that they may end up learning something as they play is neither here nor there. It's just getting better.
That's what I liked about it. I liked that and the fact that the game looked pretty clear cut. You know, the objective is not hard to describe to a child or whatever. We're going to climb the mountain together. You know, and then to have things like the envelopes. Kids love opening envelopes.
That is true.
That's a game that has just went to the top of my must-buy list. I definitely want to get a hold of that one.
I did like the look of Iki, the Tokyo-based one as well.
Yeah.
Although that seems to be a lot more involved.
Yes.
With the various seasons and the interplay of the artisans changing over and all of that. So you've that is a really sort of in-depth, I suppose, proper board game.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure will upset people in the chat, but there you go. That's why I'm here. But just the idea that you're going along, you're doing the various bits and bobs and trying to produce your best version of that town as you can, building whatever it happens to be, building the buildings up or paying off the merchants or doing these other bits and pieces. And the fact that you could be going for one goal and your opponent could be going for a completely different goal.
Yeah.
And you won't know until the final tally comes who is actually in front, who's managed to sort of sneak in there and get ahead of the game. That looks like it could be a lot of fun as well.
Absolutely. Right. I'm told next up we're going to pay a visit to Paper Boat Games. So if we're ready, Jerry, why don't we head on over to those guys and see just what they've been up to.
We're here on tabletop at UK Games Expo, and it didn't take me too long to find the animals, I promise you, and I knew it was going to find it. There is a red panda out on the table, guys, and it brought me a little bit of excitement. I am here with Marcos and Martin. Can you tell us a bit about Snapshot?
We can indeed. So Snapshot is a dice management game with a little touch of push your luck. So players are wildlife photographers, and we are competing to get the most prestige to be crowned photographer of the year. So the main way we get prestige is by photographing these animals. And so on your turn, you'll be drawing animals out. You can see the prestige for each of them. More prestige for the harder animals. And then the key of the game is that you have to allocate your dice. So do you go for the safe option and put all the dice on an animal, or do you actually play a little bit riskier and maybe spread your dice and hope to get more animals than one? And that basically is the key of the game. Now, it's not just luck. You can earn these tracking tokens, which you can then spend in order to mitigate bad dice rolls. So you've got a little more tactics and a little more strategy there. But you need to make sure that you've got the tokens in advance and you spend them wisely. Now, there's also points to be earned from getting sets of animals. And each player has a secret assignment, which will get you extra points for photographing one of these animals and for photographing animals with these traits. So you've got a little bit of an extra bonus there, but no one else will know what type of animal you're trying to go for. That basically is the game.
that's brilliant. I can see this for 1 to 4 players at the moment. So how do you play this in solo mode?
So there's a separate solo mode altogether with a separate Ultimate Pack, but we are still developing the solo mode. So that's currently in playtest.
Fantastic. It's nice that you can play with 1 to 4 players as well. So how long does a game like Snapshot take to play?
It'll be anywhere from between 20 minutes to about 50 minutes, depending on the player count.
Fantastic. And I have to ask, what is the name of this fine gentleman that you are holding?
This is our cover star, and this is Dave.
Dave.
Hi.
Well, I certainly will be back visiting Dave throughout the event multiple times and seeing if I can become the best wildlife photographer that there can be.
Bless her. She found the cute furry animals, Jerry.
She found a red panda.
She did. She did.
And it seems to be that Bad Comet aren't the only people trying to capture wildlife on
Yeah,
photographs.
it must be turning out to be a bit of a theme for this year. You're photographing the wildlife. A pretty simple looking game, Jerry.
Yeah, but a very different one than Bad Comet's sort of board game with the idea that you're dealing a deck of cards and then you have the push your luck with the dice. That fascinates me because I've seen some card games where they have that. You allocate your dice in advance, and then if you fluff them, those dice are gone forever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how the replenishment goes on this as well. But again, once you get in there, you've got your little tracky tokens, which I suppose is the equivalent of your lures or special effects to try and fake your wildlife photography. This is what always happens. People get in there, people get their big plaudits on the BBC and the like for wildlife photographer of the year, and then it turns out they'd stapled their feet to the ground so they couldn't get away. It's what happened. Every wildlife photographer does that. They all do it.
They all do it.
All do it.
They all do it.
We know they do it.
Right. I have a treat for us next. Okay. The Cognitive Merchant. Right now, these guys have been described to me as bespoke. He's your hair trigger there, Jerry. Bespoke geekism, guys. And LARP supplies. Okay, so Jerry, if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's go.
Hi there, Free at UK Games Expo, and I am here with the Cognitive Merchant, and Jay is here, and I have seen some absolutely beautiful accessories on the table for you cosplayers, and some accessories and places to keep your dice. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about your products?
So I make everything by hand. I have the calluses to prove it. I make lots of costuming stuff, from hats and armor, but my main thing is making dice bags and dice cups for those that play tabletop like roleplay games. I try to do each one different so that there's no two the same, and you kind of find the one that you connect with the most. And I just kind of feel that in these games that we play, you've got such a wealth of imagination,
creativity,
and like individuality. You don't want something that's generic. You want something that's like tailor-made to you and something that fits your aesthetic and your imagination.
These are really individually unique. How do you draw inspiration for things?
I play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons.
It's deservedly so. You play a lot.
So like literally, like even if like we look around, like this was. Because we had come up against the Beholder, so I was putting eyes on stuff. This was, we came across a total barbarian, and he was described as having these like swirl tattoos on that were gold, so I added those on. So everything is always like drawn from either the shows that I watch or the games that I play.
Using your imagination like a true RPG.
It's my outlet.
Isn't it all of us?
Yeah.
Well, if you are at UK Games Expo this weekend, please make sure to come visit Jay and have a look at the absolutely incredible things that he has out on the table for you RPGers out there. And more importantly, those that like to dress up too.
This is the point where I get to wind Justin up and say, yes, so head to the Cognitive Merchant for all your fancy dress needs.
I imagine there's a few dice bags there that Justin's looking at, thinking,
Tanya, I want my gift from there, Justin. I'm just letting Justin and the team know that whenever you're on around getting me and Jerry a wonderful gift, because that's what they do. They bring stuff back for us, yeah?
I imagine so.
Yeah. I want my gift from there. So
It's good.
I quite like these gauntlets.
Gauntlets are nice. You sure you don't want one of those silvery dice bags to use as a posing pouch?
Telling you, decisions, guys. Decisions. I tell you what, we'll throw that out to the chat. If you had to, if I had to have a gift from there, what would it be? Post your best answers on the chat, and yeah, we will see. So far, the top is definitely the silver dice bag, posing bag.
It makes sense. Yeah, it's so shiny.
It's perfectly shiny.
It's perfectly shiny. It
perfectly
sits you down to the ground, young man.
Right, guys, just to keep you up to date, let's see. If you haven't already, but you do have the chance to head to Birmingham tomorrow, UK Games Expo is open, and it's opening from 9 a.m. through to 6 p.m. on Saturday and 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. On the Sunday. You can get your tickets online or at any of the entry points. I have to shout out these guys, otherwise they will kidnap Justin and bash him on the knee. The Viking Village is on. Well, actually, the Viking Village is on tomorrow. We are now through all of the Viking Village stuff for Friday. So remember, tomorrow there's 4 events taking place, including that how do you pronounce it again, Jerry?
Nefertafel.
Nefertafel, including that Nefertafel tournament, which is Viking chess, I'm reliably told.
Yeah, they camp out down at the lake, don't they?
Yes.
When they're doing that, yeah. So even though they think they're finished, why not bring the family along and explain to them they're not finished?
Yes, make them do it all over again.
Just throw coins at them, tell them to dance for your amusement.
Do you know, it's one of the biggest regrets of my life. You know, Justin, we had arranged for Justin to sleep with the Vikings, not last year, the year before. And Justin, he was all up for this. He was going to sleep with the Vikings. And I thought, this is brilliant. Because he could take a wee camera with him, do a one-man mockumentary of him with the Vikings. And what is it like to stay in a Viking camp? He made it for about a minute and a half.
Oh, no.
A minute and a half.
What happened?
Well,
did the Vikings set upon him?
Officially, what happened, or what I actually think happened?
Let's go with the official story first.
So officially, he took an axe to the knee.
Oh dear.
Okay, and he limped back to the hotel in agony, in absolute agony, saying, "Oh no, I definitely can't stay there. I definitely can't stay there." We were saying, "No, you should. And then when we finally gave in and said, "No, it's okay, you can't," he went upstairs, and miraculously we watched him walk, and his knee injury gradually disappeared.
It's like verbal Kint in The Usual Suspects.
That's
it. The limp just walked away.
And he just walked it off. What really happened?
Yeah.
He faked it, Jerry.
Oh no.
He faked it. He
Shocking.
faked an axe. He faked the Dane axe to the knee just to get out of sleeping overnight in the Viking camp.
I have to say, sleeping in a big Viking A-frame tent is good fun, as long as it's not chucking it down, because they're not the world's most waterproof things, no matter how much grease you put on them.
No, but it was a beautiful evening. It was a beautiful evening.
Big communal tent, all the furs.
Yeah,
good to go.
I had already filled him full of chicken. I had absolutely filled him with all the chicken I could get my hands on. He was stuffed with chicken. He was not going to go hungry in that Viking camp.
Was there a lack of mead?
Maybe that was it.
If they'd kept him liquored up, he would have been fine. That's what we think.
Yeah. So let's see. What do they think we should get? A leather man bra. Yes. Thank you for that. Yeah. I think you're right. He wins. Right. Okay. Next up, we're going to have a look at Bubblegum. We talked a little bit about these guys earlier in the show. I think it was either Justin or Ben on their little live bit told us about them.
Yep.
And they have a game called Plant-Based Riot. So let's see how they got on.
Oh dear. So many buttons.
All right, guys, so here at UK Games Expo, and I'm here with Courtney from Bubblegum Stuff, and we're going to be looking at a game that has just come onto Kickstarter this week, and also was right up my alley, because it was all about plant-based writing, which sounds amazing. So yeah, talk us through this game and tell us what it's all about.
Well, Plant-Based Right is the savage food fighting card game. It's a light strategy game that encourages you to bluff, steal, and screw people over. This is our first ever tabletop game. Bubblegum Stuff, we usually create products and games for the kind of gift market. But this is our first ever UK Games Expo. We've launched the game yesterday on Kickstarter. We've taken inspiration with our graphics. We've kind of gone something along similar to Exploding Kittens. The gameplay is similar to some take-that games out there at the moment, but we feel there's a lot of stealing in our game. What you have to do is you have to build up 2 gangs of villainous vegetables. So each gang here, this one here is the broccoli brutes or the beet boxers. You have to build up a gang. So a gang is actually 3 cards. So as soon as you get, oh, there you go, there's a wild card there. So as soon as you get a gang or 3 cards, that's a full complete gang. Build up 2 full complete gangs, and then you can start a turf war with a cartel. And the aim of the game is to build an alliance between 2 gangs to overthrow the evil cartel. So what you do is these ones would be in the middle here, upside down. And then if you've got 2 gangs, say you had another one of beet boxers and the broccolis, if they were there, you would overthrow the cartel. If not, you've then got to discard your cards and keep on collecting. There's loads of strategies that you can apply. You can protect some of your gangs. If you've got a full set, you can use the water felon to protect them. Or if you've just got a single card, you can use your protection. So everything in here is either a fruit or vegetable. Based on the current trend, plant-based diets being so popular at the moment, we wanted to have a fun take on that with our first tabletop card game.
I'm also liking the incredible amount of punnage within the game. The pun level is off the charts for it, which is, I think it's fantastic. So,
I'd say, yeah, puns is what we're good at in our company.
So when it comes to UK Games Expo, you've got a stand set up and everything. Are you going to have demos and stuff for people to dive into and things?
Yeah.
Or?
So every day at midday on Saturday and Sunday at midday, you can play the creators, myself and Roberto. He's going to be here tomorrow and for the rest of the weekend. And you can try and beat us at our own game.
Well, there you go. I've always heard that the creators of the games will lose basically 99 times out of 100.
I'm not going to lie to you. When I first play tested this with my girlfriend, she beat me for the 3 times in a row, and I couldn't believe it. I was so angry.
But I know the rules.
But you know, there's elements of luck in there, but there really is some large amounts of skill. It's about placing your cards at the right time in the right order.
Cool. Sounds awesome. So yeah, if you want to come and check out Plant-Based Right from Bubblegum Stuff, make sure to come and check them out at their stand at UK Games Expo. You'll find it out there in all the what's it called? The program. You'll find it in the program. I remembered the words. So yes, make sure to go and check them out. And it's live now on Kickstarter. Yes, of course. So yeah, if you want to go and check them out, make sure you do so. Seems like a laugh riot. We'll see you guys in another video very, very soon.
Game that encourages.
Well, what do you make of that one?
I like it. I like the cheeky puns. The hippies,
yes,
and the beatboxers, who are the root of all evil, apparently, you know, because
of course they are.
Why would you not have that? But then I have things like Exploding Kittens and Bears versus Babies,
yeah,
and things like that. So you know, cheesy, simple, colorful card games are obviously my bag when it comes to moving away from serious miniatures games like Saga, for example.
Yes.
So you can drink along at home. But yeah, fascinating to see what else they do. And is the Kickstarter very self-contained as well? It would be interesting if they're just going, this is the game, we don't need to add anything to it, or if they have weird and wonderful sort of ideas to push beyond. Also, I've got the Poddington Peas stuck in my head now, so that's never good.
So, I have something. The video that we wanted to try and catch earlier today, I believe, is now ready, and the team have been with Devere Games and Cosmos.
Yes.
So, with a bit of tinkering, Jerry will hopefully have that ready for us. In the meantime, let me remind you that if you fancy a game, you can head along tomorrow, and gaming is on from 9 a.m. right through to midnight. And on Sunday, there's also some open gaming taking place in Hall 3 from 9 a.m. to 4. And just because I want to mention the Bill and Ted code again. This is great. This is where people get a little bit of money off, Jerry.
I'm all for that.
So if you fancy a full board game on the expansion, if you use that code Riff in Time over at waylandgames.co.uk, you will save £5 off the pair of them. They've already had a price drop, I believe. So you're actually, if I'm right, picking up both for 20 quid. So you could you could be awesome to everybody.
Can be excellent to one another. And also the Rufus remix is really nice because you get all the historical personages and Rufus.
Oh, you've played this then?
Yeah. Played this with, what's his name? We sent him away, far away, bald.
Oh.
People should be licking him right now.
You should be hitting him with sponges, wet sponges. That'll have to be. I think
he was a princess.
Yes, knee warrior Viking Justin, isn't it?
That's the bunny. Yes, yeah, we played through that.
I tell you what, let's go and see what Devere have on store.
Hi there, free at UK Games Expo, and my word, have I got a lot to show you. The table does keep going and going, and I cannot contain my excitement. I'm here with Nikki from Devere and Cosmos. What have you got to show with us?
All sorts of fantastic stuff. So a lot of people will know about Anno, which is a tech tree trading game, which is hard to say when you've had it. Really good fun. It's been out for about a month here in the UK. It's quite a crunchy little number, and you're basically trying to get the needs of your nation filled, basically, by building lots of different industries and trading up your people. That's how that one basically works. So that's, I don't know about, it's really good fun, that one. This one is The Crew, Mission Deep Sea. It is the sequel to The Crew, which won everything going last year. And this one's a bit more tricky. There's actually loads and loads of different things you have to do. Before it was just like, do trick 1, trick 2, trick 3. Now it is specifically, I will win a trick using a 3.
Oh, wow.
I will win a trick with a total value of 22. It's much harder.
Yes.
But it's still really, really good fun. Same cooperative kind of playthrough. Yeah, this is a really big one. Okay, we sold out on pre-order this one. We've 3/4 sold out of the second pre-order this one. It's The Adventures of Robin Hood. It was nominated for Spiel des Jahres.
Yes.
And we love it. It has a really interesting method of movement in there where you're moving your people by using these little meeples around to get from one place to another. Oops. And like a little labyrinth calendar, lots of little things that you can flip over and see what's behind, and you can investigate various things. You have lots of different missions to fulfill, lots of different players. It's just a really nice, gentle, narrative game. And what's really nice about it is once you're done, you finish reading in your little that book. I know, isn't it good?
Oh, that's a beautiful book.
This is the German version. We have got an English version coming tomorrow, but it's going to be out in about a month's time. So at the end of your go, you just basically put your ribbon into your book, pack your pieces away, and you're ready for the next time you play. So like, almost a bit kind of a campaign-y type game as well.
Very story-driven.
Yeah, exactly. It's beautiful.
I must say, it's so nice to have wooden components out on the table.
Lovely. Yes.
I was saying the other day how often you just get a lot of plastic, and nowadays it seems to kind of get cheaper and cheaper, doesn't it? And it's so nice to see some wooden components on it.
So nicely made as well. I think they're just beautiful. So that's really cool. What else? Over here we've got Lost Cities Roll and Write, which is Reiner Knizia. So loads of people have played Lost Cities in their time. It's a really good gateway game people have played. This is the latest kind of in the series. Really simple roll and write, easy to learn, easy to play, good to take with you on the move. Great for the pandemic because you just tear off a sheet and give it to somebody else. We've got another one in our long line of adventure games, which are a bit like the Exits, but they're a bit more story-driven. Really good fun.
How many times can you play these ones? Because I know the Exit's limited.
They are, Exit you'll play kind of once and you rip it all up. This one you can probably play 2 or 3 times. You have a variety of different endings in this. And when you finish playing or you want to play it anymore, you give it to somebody else.
That's a great idea.
You'll have a bit of
that is brilliant.
Really good fun. On to the Devere side of things now. Now, Devere are known for their beautiful, beautiful little meeples and the gorgeous things that they make.
They are stunning.
Isn't it gorgeous? So I spent a happy half hour flat pack building all these little pieces that came with it. So I don't know a lot about this game, I'm going to be perfectly honest, because it only arrived this week.
Brand new.
I've got to say the artwork on it is phenomenal.
Gorgeous colours.
It is lovely. Wow. It's to do with building the best civilization on the moon, and the person that builds the best civilization by getting all the bits that they need with these little pieces here will get the best civilization.
That's
I can't tell you at the moment, but
no,
I will know more once I finish reading this. There we go. And here we have Mazescape. We really like this game. It's great for kids, it's great for older people, it's great for anyone that wants to get people off their screens. I always have one in my handbag. And what you're doing is you're using this to get from one end to another, as you'd imagine, you can't actually take your thing off and then things will move around like this. I'll explain how it works. And start off in the wrong place, but there we go. And they get harder and harder. They start level 1, which is really easy, up to level 7, which is much, much harder.
I really like the idea of that. That'd be great for a train.
It's perfect for a train.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
That would be great.
Or maybe start going on planes again.
Oh, I've always got a pen in my bag. I'm always up to.
Lovely. These are only about £11 for a pack, but there's 7 maps in there, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Just going to head over this a bit more. We're probably a bit short on time. Red Cathedral has been out for a while, but we keep selling out a bit because it is just such a cracking little thing. Again, beautiful pieces.
Yes.
Devere just do the most lovely little kind of. Still call them meeples? I guess. Yes. Still gorgeous. And we're basically building St Basil's Cathedral.
Yeah.
So you have 3 different things you can do. You can either take a piece of the cathedral to build on, or you can use the dice to gain whether it's wood or rock or whatever you need, or you can spend your turn actually building your cathedral and getting the goodies from that. So
that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's quite a tricksy one, but it's just really nice to play. Yeah. It's not cooperative. You are definitely playing against somebody on this game.
How many players is this one?
This one's up to 4 players.
4 players.
Yes, very cool. And this is coming out next week. We're hoping to sell it here, but unfortunately didn't quite get here in time. The Exit Advent Calendar.
Interesting.
It's absolutely amazing.
Would you look at that?
I know. So, I'm going to do maybe slightly spoilery, I don't know. Every little room has got a little riddle in it, and they are all absolutely beautiful 3D little rooms. There is a story that goes through the whole thing. If you get stuck, we've got a help book as well. So you basically, every day, you tear off a page, and you do the riddle, and that will help you get onto the next page.
What a fantastic idea.
It's great.
That is an absolute... I mean, I love advent calendars and I always stuff myself with chocolate anyway, but I mean, I've been looking at tabletop. As you know, advent calendars are coming out different forms in every year. And the fact there's an exit game as an advent calendar, because I love the exit games, that's a really smart idea.
And by the time you finish it on the 24th, believe me, it is trashed.
Oh, yeah.
Completely trashed.
That's what advent calendars are, aren't they?
Absolutely, yes. So you should get fat from this one.
No, exactly. Win-win. Thank you so much, Nikki, for taking... I am tempted by almost every one of these, so thank you so much, Nikki, for taking me through all across my stuff, and do be here. And if you are here at the event, please make sure you check them out.
Sold! There! We have finally... The highlight of the event for me. And for it to happen at this time on the Friday...
Yeah.
No, I am... Oh...
It's all about the advent calendars.
Well, I want to start. No, I want to start from the start.
You want to start at the far end and work your way down.
So
it was so far back. There was so much on that table.
Oh,
can you remember what the first one was?
Right. So what was the first one again?
I can remember the third one because the third one was Robin Hood.
Yes. Oh, no, the first one was Robin Hood. Okay, I'm pretty sure.
No.
Right. Well, let's talk about Robin Hood.
Yeah, we'll go to Robin Hood. The first one was Anno 1800, which was the tile laying. Be the best civilization you can be. I think, maybe, perhaps.
What was the second one then?
The second one definitely was a thing. It was something.
By the power of TV.
Yeah. That's not going to happen.
I think it was Robin Hood.
Oh, the second one was The Crew. So that was your, I want to say space-based card game.
Right.
Like I say, there was a lot going on, and then we hit
Robin Hood. Right. Well, Robin Hood was what captured my attention.
My God, look at the size of that thing.
That looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. So like as soon as I saw that and I saw to start picking the pieces out of the board and flipping them over
Yeah.
and stuff. Oh, and it's up for a, excuse my pronunciation, Spiel d'Or, is it?
Spiel des Jahres.
Spiel des Jahres.
I think it was a winner. So
Mhm.
so the German version won the Game of the Year at
Yeah.
Essen, which, I mean, that's a mark of quality right off the bat, because that is a hotly contested.
That is seriously contested. So, and then the book, and I'm not sure where the book fits in, but I got the impression that the book is like your campaign book that you work through.
Yeah, it seemed to be. So as you play through, I imagine you're following the Robin Hood story in some respects.
Yeah.
So you start off. I haven't read Robin Hood in years, so I don't know how much is Hollywoodisms. But do you start off with losing Locksley's manor and then coming back and from the Crusades and discovering everything's gone a bit terrible, or if they've built their own story around it, around the mythology. But yeah, as you go, you play those scenarios out, and then you can just mark off where you are
in the book
by putting the little ribbon in there. So it's a beautiful way of
Superb.
doing it.
Oh, I love it.
The quality in the book looked amazing as well.
It totally did.
Yeah.
Like that is a collector's game right there. That is one that will be in collections. It's certainly, hope beyond hope I can get that into my collection.
Yeah.
Love that. And then we got to the De Vere stuff. Now I've got to put my hands up. I'm a huge fan of De Vere. Okay, for a couple of different reasons. One, I really enjoy their games. A lot of the games are they're easy to approach, and they're a lot of fun, an awful lot of fun. And you can play them with your kids and young people with maybe slightly less brain capacity and stuff like that. There, so I play with Justin quite a lot on these, and he enjoys it.
Harsh but harsh, I feel.
Bless him, harsh but true. But that space, that moon one, that looks stunningly good.
It'll be
stunningly good.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see just who wins. China. I imagine whenever people get up there, China. It could be anybody at all. Trying to build the best moon base you can build, China.
So then after that, well, let's talk about the advent calendar, will we?
Yeah.
Was there one between that and the advent calendar?
I think there were about half a dozen between that and the advent calendar. There was the little flappy map.
Oh yes,
the
the little
mazes.
flappy map.
That looks genius. That's a good way of keeping people shut up in the back of the car on a long journey. That is.
Yeah. Do you know what?
You have
I
a
need
map. You have a map.
supply of them.
And, and on you go. And you're not like take your pen off the page.
A map and a tray and a pencil.
And away you go.
And if Free's traveling with you, you'll be fine because she's always got a pen in her bag.
That is true.
So
very true. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll borrow Free's pen, and you just give it to the little ones. Right, Justin. Here you go. That'll keep you quiet.
I love the idea that there's 7 different maps and they are graded essentially.
Yeah.
So if they're getting through it too quickly and you start hearing chat from the back seat, then you just know that you have to upgrade a map or two.
Mhm.
You don't want to start too high too soon. You don't want to discourage them, but
Yeah.
just work away at it.
I will.
It's a fun
I
little system.
want to do one last shout out to De Vere Games. Okay, if any, we have some children with ASD in my household, and I just want to highly recommend a game by De Vere Games called Color Monster. Okay, and the Color Monster, we got it for my boys, but we also donated a copy to the local school at the time as well, because the Color Monster is a game where children have to express how they're feeling,
right,
or how the monster's feeling.
Sure,
and it really is a fascinating game. To play with, you could play it with any youngsters. You absolutely could, but we find it particularly helpful with our boys who are on the ASD spectrum, because anything that involves communication and things like that, it's a powerful tool as a family to be able to do that, and to gamify it is even better. So if your family is affected in any way like that, it's worth checking out. It's called Color Monster. It's a beautiful game, and it is a fascinating experience to play it with the younger ones. Now let's talk advent calendar. Let's talk advent calendar.
Yeah. It is, after all, just off the back of a heat wave in July, so now is the ideal
time
time.
to talk Christmas.
Very much. We were talking Christmas before the expo even kicked off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't had an advent calendar since I was, maybe in my early teens.
Right.
This could be the year that changes. I think this, in the 45th year of our Lord, Lord Warzan of Pinehaven, I will have an exit advent calendar.
It does look like an awful lot of fun.
Oh, it totally does.
Just the fact that you're working your way through and having all these riddles to solve as well. So it's not just who gets to it first, opens it in the morning and gets all the chocolate out. You can make a bit of a thing about it with the family.
Yeah.
It's time to open the door. What do you mean it's all been opened from behind? Who's eating all the chocolate, David? Sorry, flashbacks. Yeah, you get all together and you open the door and then you solve the...
Jerry, advent calendars are a root of evil in all families.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever I was a youngster, we only had the one advent calendar between us. So there was myself, Brother Lloyd, and my little sister, our little sister. She was a good bit younger than us too. And Lloyd is a cruel man.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a crueler boy, right? Because he was a cruel boy, but he was cruel, but also fair. He would never break the rules.
Right.
So Lloyd would sit up until 1 minute past midnight just to open the advent calendar, to eat the chocolate. And then in the morning, I'd be lying in my bed, and all I would hear would be this pathetic, no! And Hannah came down, because he always put the door back. And then Hannah would come down and open the door and know that he had been there. And the bit that galled her most was she knows he was sat up half the night just to make sure that he never broke the rules.
It's a good way to go. I suppose in many respects, it shows the type of man he has developed into. He was willing to go the extra mile to win, but not. He will never bend or break the rules. He will just take them to their finite point and run with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how that goes and what the sort of riddles and the like inside it are. Presumably they are family based. You don't want, most adults probably aren't mad keen on advent calendars if they don't have kids in the house. So I would like to think that it's some sort of thing that you can puzzle out with the family and get everybody involved with it.
Grand. Right, guys, we are going to take a break as I exit the area. I'm going round to Contented Bard 80's house to give him some love. He's been cheeky to me in the chat, man.
Oh dear.
Right, we are going to take a break. We'll be back at about past. For the last hour and a half of today's show, to take you through the other bits and pieces that have been going on. So we will see you very soon. Hi, everybody. We're back, and we're joined by Free. Hey, Freeland, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. This is great. I've not been to UK Games Expo before, so I am actually so excited to be here. I know
Oh, so it's your first time?
Yes, I know it's as condensed as it normally is, but I really like it. It's nice to be back outside again. It's nice to see people gaming together. That's
And
the most important thing.
have you enjoyed seeing the bits and pieces around the show?
Oh, yeah, I've enjoyed it a bit too much. I'm worried I'm going to buy too many things. That's my biggest issue. There's too many board games here for me to keep track of, so yeah, definitely had an absolutely great time. What have you guys enjoyed seeing?
We quite like
Actually,
the stuff that we're just in from Devere.
Your segment with Devere and Cosmos has been the highlight of our day so far.
Are you going to get the advent calendar?
Oh, we are totally getting the advent calendar.
Oh, we absolutely get the advent calendar. Well,
With the advent calendar and the Robin Hood game. Wow.
yes. Oh, the book from the Robin Hood game. It was beautiful. She only had the German copy available at the time, but the book, I love a book, especially a map.
We were trying to work out what the book was for. Is the book the story and the campaign scenarios, or is it just one or the other? So it's all it's tied into the theory or the mythos of Robin Hood, I suppose. Yeah.
The map board. Oh, if you guys could have seen the board in person, it was massive. It was gorgeous. It's got something special in my heart for a board game.
Yeah.
Matted out.
So
Sometimes
I see you over at the Z-Man Games. Have any of you guys had a chance to interview them yet? Do we know what they brought?
Oh, well, they've bought loads of stuff. So over here at Z-Man Games, I would do a Justin and I would walk backwards, but that's one way I am really going to hurt myself if you come to the side with me. So they're demoing games at the minute at Z-Man Games. We've got Castle Zone. Hello. What else? Rain is completely over here. You've got the new Pandemic Hot Zone Europe. So this is the streamlined version of Pandemic, and it's set in a smaller place. So obviously in Europe, not too broad, as you know how long Pandemic can take. So they're trialing that out today. You've got the Stuffed Fables expansion, the Oh Brother one, the beautiful one with all the little teddies in it.
Yes.
The one that comes in a storybook. So this is here to be demoed as well as Stuffed Fables. There's the Oh Brother expansion over here, so you can, if you do want to try out the main game and you want to give the expansion a go as well, there's plenty to do and plenty to see at the Z-Man Game Station. As well as here, what I really love is there is a playtest zone. The playtest zone absolutely blew my mind because I really would love to get the opportunity to put my personal thumbprint in a game that hasn't gone to retail yet. So over here, all games that haven't gone to retail, publishers put in place, and there is a chance for gamers to come in and give it a bit of a playtest. Put that feedback in, give it a go, and then on link. So if you are here at UK Games Expo, and you want to put your own personal thumbprint and want to give it feedback, come over here, put some time in. There's plenty of games to play, and it's been so busy all day. Delighted that it's really nice that our community is able to give a bit of feedback to the games.
Yeah. So tell me this, Free. I know one of your missions for this weekend has been to find that dice set that you never find anywhere else.
Yeah.
Any joy yet?
I'll show you. I'll show you. Yes, there's been. Can you take a wild guess at what colour you think I'm going to go for?
Was it lavender?
Was it lavender?
I mean, don't offend me. It's lilac, guys.
Unfortunately, we can't tell the difference between those colours.
No.
My brother might know, but I don't.
Well, before I take you over to the dice, because the dice are just over there, I did want to show you a bit around here. What's also attracting me, there's a lot of merch here, guys.
Oh, wow.
Buy merch.
Oh, there's a lot of merch. All of the Lord of the Rings ones are taking me a bit too much, as you could probably say. You pull your jackets in the back, plenty of t-shirts to go round. There is a lot going on, but first of all, I've got to take you to these dice. They're a bit special. And rumour has it that Justin bought pair before I did.
Yeah, we've heard. He's bought what manlets or something they're called.
Van braces.
Van braces.
And a dice bag to use as a posing pouch.
Oh, not those. He bought some dice as well.
Oh, he
when
bought
I was
dice as well.
Uh-huh.
I suppose there's plenty of room in the dice bag.
Oh, there's plenty of room, right? So I just wanted to take you to Pretty It. So we've just literally put out a post about this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if you've seen it. These dices are all made of gemstones.
Oh my word! Ooh.
So the amethyst one in particular, I've got my eye on.
Oh, look at that!
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Shocking.
They are absolutely stunning. So there's,
Surely
there's
they're-
the purple crystal.
Surely they're too nice to play with.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want to put it down on the table without a dice tray, would you? I'd be
No.
absolutely petrified of chicken them.
Mm.
But I've got my eyes on these, but I think this is where I'm going to end up purchasing my final dice.
Here, there was a lovely emerald set there.
Oh, let's have a look at the emerald set.
Yeah, I quite like the look of that emerald set.
These ones?
No, further over. Further over.
Oh, what?
Left or right?
There. What's that? What's that first set? No. Free. Back. What's
Oh,
that set
back.
there? Down there.
This
What's
one?
that? Yeah, what's
Green
that?
agate.
Oh, green agate.
Mm. It's
Oh.
practically jade-like.
Gamora agate.
They'd go really nice with the Oz RPG in all fairness, wouldn't they? Go to Emerald City with your emerald die.
Yeah.
So
Well-
if I do want to get the gemstone ones, which I'm not too sure about, there is also a lot of choice as well, where I have been eyeing
Look
up
at
the
this.
pastel colours as well.
Yeah.
So there is so many different types of dye, and I don't.
So
think I'm gonna
many
find these
shades
anywhere
of
else.
lavender.
Oh, so many shades of lilac, Warren.
They all look alike to me.
I know. If there's one thing I like, it's certainly lilac. As I said, I'm a simple person. The colour makes me happy. It really does. But there is also loads of RPGs, loads of games, and of course loads of merch to see. I have warned you, I'm walking backwards, so if I do fall over, it's on me. But these, oh, look at these. You've got to see these. So you guys must have played Pokemon. You must have done.
My little boy, my youngest, is mad into his Pokemon now.
Gym badges, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Gym badges. And then you've got the dioramas and the Pokeballs as well.
I love those
these.
Pokeballs.
They're
They're
great, aren't
amazing.
Are they like snow globes?
Are they snow globe Pokeballs?
They're not snow globes, they're dioramas. That's what I thought as well when I was walking towards them. I was like, shake them up.
Does any of them have a Chickapoo in it?
Oh, there's a Chickapoo with a hat. It's all right if I pick this up. Is that okay? Thank you.
There he is. It is a Chickapoo with a hat.
Delightful.
So gorgeous.
He's got his arms crossed and everything.
Free. You'll have to let me know how much they are, and
Absolutely.
I will talk to my wife and see if I can get some money from the piggy bank for that.
So whether or not you're allowed,
May
yeah.
I please have a new diorama from the Expo? But there is also loads of games down here as well. It seems that the games just do not stop. So you've got Drags to Riches, Library Labyrinth, Disarm the Base, and as well is what I actually haven't seen too much of this year is paint, because it's obviously not as much miniature game stuff around, but there is the odd one here and there. So if anybody does want to stock up their paint, make sure you head all the way down here. So you've got some model colour ones there.
Yeah.
Oh, but as well as that, more merch, more gaming, and plenty of demos as well. So if you are down here and you do want to give a game a go, please do ask the publishers, please do ask the manufacturers, because they are really happy to demo. Really, really happy. Is there anything that you guys want to have a look at?
No, Free. Is Moonstone there?
No.
Oh,
Can you hear the pain in my voice?
I'm heartbroken too, Free.
I'm really upset. I think one of my highlights this year is generally going to be playing Moonstone with you guys. It is true. I can't wait. It's so whimsical and so dark at the same time. Listen, I could talk about Moonstone all day. I'm here to show you an expo. Come on. Me and Jerry have done that plenty. Oh, I've got to show you these guys. Hello, everybody. I am here live at the moment, so say hi. These.
Hello, ladies.
Do you mind if I pick them up? So I'm not sure if you've seen these yet, but we have edible dice.
Edible dice.
Oh,
that won't end well.
Edible potion.
Oh no, that's a thing for the RPG, isn't it?
They're incredible. Oh, it gets better. It gets a look at the goblin dice. The goblin dice.
Oh.
It reminds me of many moons ago playing Skaven and
Yeah.
bringing green jelly babies with me to the tabletop. And every time you had to eat a piece of warp stone as a mage, you just ate a
Yeah.
jelly baby. It was a good way of keeping track of what had been eaten.
Yeah.
I love that.
They're fantastic, aren't they? I popped over and saw them yesterday. There should be a video coming up later as well. But I got a bit excited. I was really lucky enough to try some. They did not last very long, and I can actually say they were delicious. Didn't hang around too long. They were beautiful.
Jealousy rising. Free, look, we're going to let you get on. Thank you very much for that. So,
Thank
Free,
you
we
very
will
much.
hopefully catch up with you guys again 6:45, just before we finish this evening, so as we can get a kind of like a quiet update from you guys to see how you got on day one. Free, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you. We'll see you a bit later. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy yourself.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Wow. There's a lot going on, isn't there? For like, I don't want it to be labeled pandemic show, but it is pandemic show. Let's be honest, So it's nice to see new stuff, because for so long you just kind of seeing the dry press releases and stuff like that. And let's be honest, some companies do press releases well, many don't.
Yeah,
but to actually have it physically there and to see Free hooking around through it, I love
Touching
that.
it.
I love it. That Pokemon stuff. I've never been into Pokemon. I'm just not into that scene at all. But my youngest, he's 3, okay? And he is just
prime candidate for it.
He's just totally into Pokemon. He's got a Pikachu and a Squirtle, okay?
Right.
And
I've heard of those.
Oh, well,
I'm
he
so
calls
impressed with
himself Jack the Pokemon Trainer.
Nice.
And I was sitting on the sofa watching Pokemon with him, and he goes, Daddy, what? Look, evolves. I was going, what? Evolves.
And how do you evolved?
I didn't know Pokemon's evolved.
Right.
I had no idea. Look, I knew nothing about Pokemons other than the fact that they're cute and expensive. So it's
a type of evolution.
Yes. So to see this 3-year-old explaining to me about evolution, and I was going, wow, that's kind of cool. So I went out and I bought him another Pokeball with a Pokemon in it.
Nice.
Just as a reward because he impressed me.
It's a good way to go. I like seeing bits and pieces because I know Ben was talking earlier in the day about all of that stuff down the far end.
Yeah.
And I hadn't realized just how much was there, including the playtest zone, which was really good because getting your chance to actually have your say. Most gamers will be full and forthright about why the game that they've got isn't good or could be better. And that's often because the feedback doesn't come back to companies, or they've got a very small playtest group. And bringing it to a convention like this means you can get lots of feedback from lots of different gamers, which will help feed in and make the game better as well, because it's not just a case that somebody will go, oh, this doesn't work because of this. That could just be that they don't particularly grasp the concept or don't like the type of game that the games designer is trying to make. But if 5 or 6 or 7 people come along and go, that bit really works for me, this bit doesn't work, or this bit needs something to change it, then they know it's a more diverse pool of people is feeding back to them. So I love the playtest setting, and I would like to see more of that. I know we talked in the past on one of the shows about playtesting at conventions. Most are not of the size that they would be able to put a playtest game on.
Yeah.
Because the games are being run as demonstrations for people. But having a dedicated area because they've got the size of the NEC and then go, here is stuff that is coming. Would really like you to play it and let us know what you think. And that, I think, can only be a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I believe we have a video coming up. We have another interview, yeah? While Jerry hooks that out, okay, let me just check and see what else we have going on. So I've explained to you guys about the family zone. There is a family zone. It is open all weekend. So if you're there with your family and you want to let the kids get some gaming in, there's RPG gaming, which by all accounts is absolutely excellent. And there's also board games and stuff like that, all pitched at kids. You'll find them both in Hall 2. The stand numbers are there. And it's they run basically just right the way through the expo itself. On top of that, remember, you can vote for your favorites over at the ukgamesexpo.co.uk site. If you go in there and you go to the awards shortlist, you can view who the shortlist is and vote for who you think should win in this year's awards. And then finally, one of the sponsors unfortunately wasn't able to make it. It was Wayland Games. You can find them over at waylandgames.co.uk. They're running a bit of a special here. So if you fancy picking up a Bill and Ted board game and its expansion, the Rufus Remix, which has a bunch of really nice miniatures in it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So if you use this code, RIF in time, at the checkout, you'll save a £5 on it, and you get both items for 20 quid. Right.
Bargain.
I think now we're headed off to Warlord, where we're going to find out a little bit about Bolt Action Pacific, Dread, and American Civil War epic battles.
Hello everyone, John here at UK Games Expo again, and I'm doing more historical stuff. I'm at the Warlord stand with Rob, and unfortunately Charlie couldn't be here because Charlie is scared of me and hiding, and he knows why. So I'm going to take Rob, and he's going to give me a little bit of a tour of the stand, and we're going to see what's happening. So Rob, take it away.
So right guys, so I'm Rob, obviously with Warlord Games, so...
Leave the tree, leave the tree.
So what you can see here, this is our new On in the Salt box, which is obviously this one here, the new starter set that we're pushing out. Bottom of the table, everything that you see on, and we're really pushing that kind of Island campaign, US Marines, and obviously Japanese. It's a really good box set and a good starter. That matches with Band of Brothers, so now we have both campaign system going, and it's a very interesting campaign. I mean, it's a big war. The models are brilliant, all plastic or resin. And as you can see here, once they're painted up, they look really striking and really good on the battlefield.
And the Pacific Theatre hasn't really, particularly over here in the UK and Europe, the Pacific Theatre doesn't have a big community behind it. So I'm just going to throw you a hypothetical here and say, how is this going to make the Pacific Theatre more interesting to people from the West?
Well, straight away, it matches with our Victory at the Sea starter set. So the idea with that is you can buy that box set, you can buy the Pacific War starter set, and you can merge two games together. Starts certain other game systems may be venturing into that thing as well. So it's just another good place for people to start, and it's different. And Brothers is great. Brilliant system, but then there's also people who watch the Pacific and go, you know what, this is a really cool idea. I really like the idea of this. Let's get into that. And then people can venture out, look at the Australians, big part of the war, and all the other Commonwealth troops kind of stuff like that. It's different than the normal Germans versus.
Yeah, so it's taken us out of the norm that everybody in the West understands, which is Allies versus Axis, and we're going over to this war. Which from a hobby perspective is more interesting because Japanese uniforms, Japanese tanks and stuff, they're almost as prolific as the German stuff with the camouflage patterns and the differentiation of stuff. Whereas the Americans, it's a different shade of olive green. So it's a brighter shade of green. So that's where Bolt Action's going. What about everything else on the stand?
Well, so the other kind of game systems that you see, obviously is the ACW over there, which I'll just get to move over here because this is something really good. Sorry guys, can I just steal this?
We're kicking people off the stand now for this.
So, I'm a big fan of Black Powder. Black Powder's our kind of main game system, and myself, I have a 28mm Confederate Army. Now, obviously, with the current climate and this day and age, Black Powder, the best games to get on big 12x6 boards. Obviously, with given out the pandemic and things like that, people don't really have the space to do that. I mean, unless you, no one else living in your house can have a big 12x6 board like myself. So people need smaller games. What's the best way to do that? Rescale. So this is literally Battlefield. It's a Battlefield in a box. Is what you see here. You can paint them up as two separate armies, or you can paint them up both for the same army, and then you make them by one, and you guys can play. Even here, so it's using the normal Black Powder rules, but they have a booklet within start set to help you rescale it. Yes. Which is it's quite good, and it's making Black Powder a lot more accessible. I mean, look at these models: stick, Confederate, quick spray grey, quick spray blue, quick touch up, and you're good to go. So I'm really liking this. American Civil War. Everyone knows Black Powder. What do we know? We know Napoleonics. Napoleonics, big thing. Black Powder covers the entire range of musketry. So all the way. Kind of early days all the way up to Crimea. And this just opens up another really interesting period. America's most bloody war to date. And I just think it's a really good way we've gone. See the start set over there?
So this one here, yeah?
All right, yeah. I mean, just look at that. This is what you get, everything you need. And that's what you get in the start set. So between you and your mate, that's two armies. Or if you've got an addictive personality like myself, you and your mate both got one of these. And you've got full armies in the box, all the transfers, you get the rule book, you get the booklet. I mean, I think personally, this is really good approach. It makes what is historically a big 12x6 board, it makes it accessible to the average war game.
So, basically rescaling Black Powder. How have you found the uptake for that? Because at 28mm that rank and file is just a little cumbersome.
Yes.
So with the rescaling and stuff like that, have you found a bigger uptake for it now that it's come out like this? Yeah.
100%. We've had such a good uptake with the waves because we were doing a wave release. Wave 1 when it came out, box sets are flying off the shelf because, like I say, you can play on a 6x4. You can play on your 5x3. I think an average UK table is. You get everything you need in the box. And like you say, I mean, there's a few of our models there. That's not a lot of stuff. It's tiny. You need maybe one little carry case to have it all in. I think, it's definitely had a massive impact, and it's been very popular. And the whole range is just fantastic.
So you've struck a good winner with this one then. So what else? Because there's Dread over here as well, right?
Dread.
Now, Dread, I will admit I don't know much about. Okay, so you can teach me a little if you know.
Yeah, I will show you. Should we move over?
Yeah. We have to clean tables up.
So this is the Judge Dredd game. Comes with the I Am the Law starter pack. As we know, Judge Dredd, big bad guy. Big bad man. You get 2 street judges, and then a lot more of the block gang. So the idea of this is 2 activation system, still using our very highly popular random activation count. And it just feels and works really well. So in this scenario, you see what comes in the start set. You can, it works on a point system, so they come on their cards and notoriety. So if you look at a gang Juve, they're only 2 points a model. And then you look at a senior street judge, they're 23 points, and the average game is only 50.
Yeah.
So it gives you that feeling of, if the street judge gets shot at a lot, they might get hurt, but they can be there and deal out a lot of damage. It feels like a judge, how it would be in the comics.
Like a proper big tanky guy.
Army,
Yeah.
Army. But put enough rounds at someone, they're going to drop, aren't they? And it just works really well. We've gone away on the normal D6, so using the dice here, and that's why it's such an easy game system to get into. That means hit, that means block, and then that's for special kind of things. It's everything you need is in this box set. The rule book is what impresses me. It's because the rule book itself is like a comic strip. So you go through, I mean, just look at some of this artwork. I mean, that's the opening kind of page. And and it's intermixed with the rules, not like other rules where you do the first half slow and you'll skip through that to get to the rules. All the rules have comic strips in it that match to it. So if it's something to do with shooting, it'll have a really cool shooting kind of comic strip in it. I just think just give this a chance. Everything you need is in that box set. Everything you need to start, but then you can expand out. Mixes with our Strontium Dog range, which came out first. As people don't know, Strontium Dog is set basically in the future. There's cards here that you can pull, and it tells you to add 2 time hunting battle hunters from the judge deck. It's different. It's such a good feel, and it's just a really good game.
So, Warlord has been quite busy. There's other stuff we're not going to talk about.
Nope.
I'm not even going to hint at it because I'll get in trouble, and then you'll get in trouble, and then everybody's in trouble. But keep an eye out on Warlord for over the next couple of months.
Look, over the next couple of months, especially if you're liking some of the other rule sets that we've released, they might give you a little inkling towards what theatre is. There's really nice models coming out. I want to heavily revamp one of our game systems. We've seen the models are really striking, and there's going to be a big push on it. So keep checking social media, and you'll get to see what that is hopefully in the near future.
Awesome, Rob. Thank you very much. So if you're coming to UK Games Expo, stop in with Warlord, have a chat, see what some of the game systems are. Like you say, try something if you haven't seen it before. You guys are going to be demoing and showing stuff off, talking about the rules. And yeah, I have to peel myself away from this stand now because I'm pretty sure I've got other things to do.
It's a very interesting campaign. I mean, there's a big war. The models are.
He'll find the button.
I know where the button is. The button does multiple things at once, mind you, is the only problem.
Thank you for that, Jono. Right, so we got to go have a little bit of a look at the more wargamery side of things now. Pacific.
Specific.
Let's be specific about the Pacific.
Yes, let's.
It's there have been Pacific games.
Yeah.
No, I'll be honest. I don't. They haven't had mad popularity here in Europe.
Yeah, it's because very few of sort of friends and family fought over there. Obviously, you've got the Burma campaign, but Europe tends to be very Europe-centric when it comes to World War II. The places that we recognise, the places that we can see on a map, or if family members have actually fought in it, those tend to be the things that we gravitate towards. In America, it's a bit more split, simply because geographically half of the armies went off to the Pacific, and so we don't, even in popular culture, I think we don't see as much of it. I mean, when you think Band of Brothers was massively successful, the Pacific TV series, people went, yeah, it's fine, and there weren't many people who watched it.
Yeah.
So, it just didn't seem to get the same traction, not since the days of John Wayne. But I think it's a very different warfare.
Yeah, it's you're right about John Wayne, actually, because the moment you mentioned his name, I immediately thought like Green Beret and stuff like that. And I would imagine maybe there may well have been more people fought in that theatre from here than you think. Because Andrea, my wife's grandfather, so my grandfather-in-law, was in a Japanese prisoner of war camp.
Right.
Now, unfortunately, he was long dead before I met Andrea, but she doesn't know a lot about it because I think the experience was so harrowing.
Yeah.
He wouldn't talk about it. So it's obviously that's his choice or whatever, but I do feel a pang of regret that he didn't feel able to relay his experiences, and then his family would have known a little bit more about him. And I wonder, is there something specific to the Pacific battlefield that makes it feel just a little bit more raw, maybe than I don't know. It's I suppose it's a difficult one.
Yeah.
You see, whenever I think World War II, and I think the European era, I can't help but get caught up in all the technology.
Yes. It's all about the tanks.
It's all about the tanks and the technical evolution of the weapons and the 88s and the aircraft and it's there's a massive human element to it. Yes, don't get me wrong, I do understand that, but it's easy to get caught up in all of the technology. But outside of like John Wayne and McHale's army, it's I don't have a technological reference point. I don't have something comfortable in the Pacific that I can just hang my hat on.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
like,
interesting. I think in many respects the Pacific is probably better for bolt action.
Yeah,
bolt action falls down for me when you put a tank on the table, because it's a reinforced platoon. You've got 30, 40 men, whatever it is, maybe an armored car or scout car, whatever. That's all grand, and then somebody drops a Tiger or a Tiger 2, something where the guns are so ridiculous they could be hitting a table miles away.
Yes.
And it's very difficult for people to get through that tough armor. So I like playing bolt action in early war or playing the desert warfare before things got really out of hand with technology.
Yeah.
When you flip to the Pacific, a lot less armor, a lot less tanks, simply because there wasn't the room. The whole point of tanks was movement and maneuver and bringing fire to bear. When you're on an island that you can throw a stone across, you don't need a tank division to be able to take it. In some cases, landing them was impossible. So the Japanese had very little, and even towards the end, they weren't particularly well developed because they never seen the need. They never had a mass land battle that required them to have this technological boost that you had in Western Europe and on the Eastern Front. So they are more about the infantry. Yes, there are going to be tanks there. Some of the last Japanese tanks on some of the islands just before they surrendered, they were so bad, the guns were so weak and unable to penetrate the Sherman's armor that they just strapped mines to the front of the tanks and drove them in. So it's a whole other, not just geographic, but also a whole other mindset for the battles there. And if you've got Pacific, and I don't know if they're going to extend into Burma, I imagine they would, with all the heavy jungle and the dense jungle, the tables will be very different. You're not having rubble-filled streets or bocage and empty fields and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
You'll have these dense tables where people aren't able to take shots from very far away. The fighting becomes much more brutal and up close. The Imperial Japanese Army have some vicious fighters. Also, they have things like people with mines on the end of massive bamboo sticks.
Yes.
So you have like these kamikaze, essentially platoons. So yeah, it's interesting to see the Pacific open up. Hopefully more people will get on board, especially with the new starter set, and just explore it and explore the history in the background and see where a campaign can take you island by island through the Pacific and see where you can go that way, rather than just refighting another, Khan or Karantan or whatever it happens to be. We've seen these multiple times on the tabletop, but you put a Burma table together, you put an Iwo Jima table together with the black sand, and all of a sudden it's just a whole other situation for people to sort of work their way through, and they don't have the usual tool set that they would have in bolt action. They can't drop a massive tank down there. It just won't happen. So yeah, it's fascinating to see, and it'll be interesting to see. I think they hinted that things like Red Skies and the like are probably going to be coming into it, because I know they've already done that for the Western Front.
Yeah.
So you've got campaigns that can bring in the naval, I suppose, cruel seas as well, because you've got naval, aircraft and land. And for island hopping, having a campaign where you go and in a cruel seas way, you're attempting to get up, break through a blockade, land your troops, and then whatever lands then fights out bolt action.
That's appealing, isn't it?
The big combined arms thing. And that's the Pacific War. It's all of the various military forces together and how they interact, more so than after D-Day, the Navy, they went off and did whatever they wanted to do elsewhere.
Yeah.
Because once that landing had happened, it was all pretty much sewn up. And so the Navy wasn't a thing, but it was all the way back to Japan. So yeah, fascinating.
On the top, as we've mentioned, the Pacific, in some way, it doesn't change the scale of the game in terms of its size, but it changes the scale of the game in terms of how you play it and ranges and scope.
Yeah.
On the American Civil War stuff, though, we've had a scale change in actual real scale terms.
Yeah.
To take a game that, as he says, would take a 12-foot table and start to bring it down to something I would imagine like a 6x4, your standard wargaming table.
Makes it more manageable. Black Powder always had. Black Powder was written by Rick and friends to play out on like John Stallard or the Perry's boards that are 24 foot by 8 foot or whatever. And if you look at I don't know how much second edition has changed it, but if you look at it, it's like, you can make 3 orders, and each order is a 12-inch move. You know, well, that's 3 foot. You know, you're across the table in turn 1 for most people. But they had these scales massive because they were playing on these things. So I think dropping a scale and then reducing ranges and the like is definitely a way to go. And I've been watching a lot about the American Civil War recently, weirdly, thanks to a YouTuber called Atten Shea, who goes through the history of various things, but he's big into his American Civil War, and listening to him discuss things like the siege of New Orleans and the amount of fighting that went on, both when they took the town and then trying to hold the town from the Confederates afterwards. And that was a relatively minor, well, I'm not going to say skirmish, it was a relatively minor battle with maybe like 4,000 to 7,000 per side, all the way up to the big ones like Gettysburg, that you couldn't play those things out. Even in, I want to say it's 10 to 12 mil that they've dropped to.
Yeah.
Even then, you're probably still not looking at all of Gettysburg, but because Gettysburg was several days and over such a large area, you could potentially go, well, today we're going to do
This
Little Round Top, we're going to do the fish hook and that sort of thing. And I quite like, they are slighter than other manufacturers, although they do match in with some other people. I think Callistra have a range that match very, very well with them, so you can do some variants. But being able to buy them in plastic and get them on the tabletop quickly, and if it's a new system for people and a new period, being able to pick up that big box and go, here I have 2 forces, and we'll give it a go, and we'll try playing some ACW and see how it sort of pans out. I think it's excellent. It's a good way to do it.
Yeah. It's certainly, I found it appealing. I like the flexibility of the fact that we could buy 1 box between us.
Yes.
Split it in half, or buy a box each, and each one would make an army. Yeah. How do the uniforms and stuff match up? Is it just a case of they were just a different color? Pretty
much. Certain units were distinctive in certain ways. So, because I have some of these sprues at home, so they have like mix of kepis and the larger flat hats. And over time, the Union soldiers became more uniformed. The southern states were more. There's more variety in there. I have seen a friend go in with a knife and trim down the larger brimmed hats into kepis, because it's that easy to do. And in 10 mil, nobody's going to get that close to it to actually notice the difference. And just being able to go, here's my Iron Brigade, because I've just trimmed all the hats and away you go. But there were at various points, you had both Union troops who wore slate grey, and there were some Confederacy units that actually wore a more Union blue, which caused issues on the battlefield.
I would imagine.
Before you get in there, and I know they've released some other bits and pieces. I think in their resin to sort of add more characters to it and add more of the specialized things. So hopefully we get to see big Paggy Pants Zouaves and people like that running about. So you can just sort of push on. But yeah, it'll be fascinating to see where they go if the upsurge in people getting on board with ACW in a smaller scale goes well. I'd love to see them expand into some of the other things, and possibly not ones that it's difficult to say, periods they don't already do, because Warlord do quite a lot of periods. Now I'm thinking about it through my head, because I was going to go Pike and Shot. I was going to say English Civil War, but it's there.
Yeah.
But yeah, try and find interesting little avenues. He mentioned Crimea, which is something like I was talking to you about a few days ago, about how little people talk about Crimea. You know, the Charge of the Light Brigade and Balaclava and those things sort of resonate. But beyond that, it's not a period or a conflict that I particularly au fait with.
Yeah.
And that, because it's similar to, but not the same as Napoleonics.
Yes.
Being able to go in there and you're not already cannibalizing existing people who've got 28 mil stuff, and just dropping down and doing some big expansive battles like that across.
Charge of the Light Brigade would be an interesting one to see, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Just, get them to go after the Galtons, and hopefully they won't make the mistake of going straight at them this time. But yeah.
Right. We are into the last hour of coverage for today. Next up, we're going to be having a look at Crit Kit. It says here, dice of every color. So I have a sneaking suspicion this will be free that'll be taking us on this journey. In the meantime, remember, guys, we are streaming again tomorrow from 1 p.m. to 7, and then on Sunday again from 10 a.m. to 2. If you have a chance and you think you can get to the show, remember it is running again tomorrow and Sunday. Tickets are still available. You could pick them up online, or you can just turn up at the door, and they'll be very happy to meet and greet you. Right, let's check out Cricket and see what they had to say.
Hi everybody, it's Justin here at UK Games Expo, and I'm here with Josh from Critit, one of the dice vendors, along with some other esoteric pieces at the show. So Josh, what all have you guys brought to the show, and what do you guys do?
So we primarily started off making dice boxes, and we progressed into making our own dice. So all the dice on the stand here are all made for us, so you won't find them anywhere else. And they're all based on different themes. So we've got animal dice at the end there, and we did some based on D&D monsters. Got a few pastel pop ones, dinos. We've got Atlantis, occasions, Arctic, Galaxy, and then one of our more recent ones there is poison based. So they're all based on poisonous plants or venomous animals.
Some of the most beautiful ones you do are actually the stone sets down around the end here. Now, I'm not going to lie, I saw a set of these during setup and could not resist picking up the rose quartz.
Indeed, yeah, they are very nice then. We get them all bought in for us, and they're all, they're made of gemstones. So, and then we've got our own, each case has got our own symbol on the front, and they're all packed in there.
Yeah, now I'm also seeing you've got some dragon egg dice holders here and some mugs and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Is there much of a branch out from the dice that you sell, or is it mostly the dice?
I mean, it's primarily the dice. I mean, the goblets and stuff we tend to do quite well at shows. They're not so well online. The dragon eggs are another dice storage, so it's all it's all kind of adjacent for it. So we haven't spread out a lot, but it's enough to keep people kind of there with it.
Well, everybody, I tell you what, if you're coming down to the show this weekend, make sure and come and check out Critit, because they do some absolutely gorgeous dice sets. If you've been looking for that special little gift for your partner, your other half in your D&D group, this is where you're going to come, because see these? They are absolutely gorgeous. We'll move on. We'll see you again soon.
Did you see the cufflinks on that boy?
Those ones? Yeah, he looked like Linda Carter in Wonder Woman.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. This is the beginning, clearly, of Justin's Wonder Woman cosplay.
Nice.
It's like, I don't know what I'm looking at.
I know what I'm looking at, but I'm not quite believing it.
He'd have been as well walking around in a pair of chaps.
It has a certain thing about it, yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. It is fantastic. I love it. Right. So yeah, that was the dice that Free had been eyeing up on the live shop.
Ignore that.
Dice. I saw dice recently that had a dragon eye in the middle of the dice. There's a lot going on in dice these days.
I have to say, up until probably about 8 months ago, I hadn't realized how big an industry it was.
Yes.
And then I seen a Kickstarter that was really, really struggling, and it was a great game. Don't ask me what it was, I can't remember, but I remember at the time going, they're just scraping into like $10,000. It looks like they might fund and no more.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there were 2 or 3 polyhedral dice sets rolling, pardon the pun, on Kickstarter. And all of them were not just funded, but they were funded to hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you're going, but they're dice.
Yes.
There's only so many dice. Why don't some of these people buy themselves a £6 set of Chessex dice and then go and support that guy over there who's not making dice, but is making a game?
Yeah.
But my God, dice.
100, yeah. Look, I can well believe it. They're such pretty things, though, Jerry. They're the closest that we would get to jewels. Do you know what I mean? You know, it's like look, we were back in the middle of ages, man.
Yeah.
Right? Me and you, we'd be a couple of lairds, right?
True.
We'd be rocking around on our white steeds, and we'd have our little pouch, little velvet pouch each, and in there, we would have jewels.
That's true, yeah.
You know, because you keep your jewels in your pouch, right?
You do, yeah.
And we'd be rocking into the local tavern, and we'd be whipping out our bag and gently rolling our jewels onto the table.
It's very true, and it would impress an awful lot of people.
It would. It would get you places. Yeah. Get you lots of mead from the bar.
I wonder if, well,
I don't know if the dice would have quite the same effect, but if they had a dragon eye in the middle, or they were made of lavender.
True. I wonder how many people, if anybody in our chat has stone/gemstone dice, I'm just curious as to how robust they are. I would worry about chipping, especially if you're rolling more than one, if you're chucking them down, because it's a 50 quid. It's expensive for a set of dice.
Yeah.
And if you can never really play with them because you're in constant fear of knocking lumps out of them, then it kind of becomes a bit of they're knick-knack, not an actual gaming piece. I know metal dice are out there, and they're of varying qualities. I've seen some spectacular looking metal dice with so much intricate work on them that you cannot read the number on them.
Yes.
So at least with these ones, they're clearly cut and concisely, you can see the 2, you can see the 4, you can see them from space. That is the most important thing. Is it functional for me? But I do worry that, they just sit there as a stone around an albatross's neck, just unfortunately unable to play with them.
Well,
it's like the good silverware or the good china.
And I bought metal dice one time, and really you could club somebody to death with these things.
Good.
It's I have also seen dice that have been made basically out of metal spikes. So there are all kinds, but it is our way of having that little bit of a personal touch at the table.
Yeah,
it is a way of having just that little bit of a personal touch at the table. If you're getting the chat, great, but you can tell me what's going on in it.
No, because
I can't get logged into it
I'm
at
just
all.
checking. Apparently, the Hobby Lodge is letting us know that you can rub cream into them to repair small cracks, and if you handle your jewels too much, you could damage them. But that'll be okay.
Yes, we obviously have to be very careful of that. So thank you for the update.
And also, it's a shame that nobody actually got to see any of the products on that stall because they were all distracted by Justin's new style. Yeah, no way. None of us realized that was going to happen until the video started playing, and it's like, oh my lord, lords and lordy.
I understood he bought them. I cannot believe that he wore them. I just can't. I can't get my head around this at all. Right. Next up. Who we got? We've got Unlucky Archers next, Jerry.
Archers, yeah.
And they've got a game, I believe is called Unlucky Adventurers. So let's see how they got on.
All right, guys, so we're here at UK Games Expo, and I'm here with Chris and Amy from Unlucky Archer, and we're going to be talking about their game that is going to be coming to Kickstarter later this year, fingers crossed, touch wood, everything, called Unlucky Adventurers. So, take us through this game, because it has already caught my attention.
So, Unlucky Adventurers is a new family-friendly card and dice game for ages 8 and up. It's for 2 to 6 players, and will take you around 15 to 45 minutes per game. It's based around fantasy tropes, and you'll recognise some bits and pieces from your favourite fantasy games, your favourite films, and a couple of nods to more eccentric things that a bit like us.
It's very similar in its simplicity to Uno. It's that family-friendly, easy to pick up and play, but at the same time kind of appealing to those of us who like Dungeons and Dragons. So each player starts off with one character card that they play for the game. This has different things on as well that impacts the game. And then every player will get 7 cards from the quest deck. Different cards do different things. The general ones, like the potions, the items, the swords and the spells, they need a roll check to pass. So it could go in your favour, but it might also benefit another player. We also have other cards as well that act immediately. So Again, similar to that Uno dynamic where you could change direction of play, you could steal cards from someone else. If you draw a beast encounter card, then you go into a instant battle with one of our lovely beasts. And we also have blunder cards as well, which might make you trip up and lose cards along the way. So it's last man standing. The person with cards remaining wins and is the luckiest adventurer. Aim of the game is to knock your opponents out and get rid of all their cards.
And make every single one of them unlucky adventurers, as the title would suggest. So the game looks very cool. I really like that you guys have done all your own artwork and stuff here.
It's entirely produced by just us two. We've done all the artwork ourselves, layouts, designs. As I said, we're looking to go to Kickstarter later this year to put it into production.
A brand new first game.
We've only been making this for about the last 6 months, so we're pleased. It's our first time at the expo as well.
And we're just two nerds making games for other nerds.
That's the best way to take it. Be a nerd, embrace the nerd, dive into the nerddom, and create nerdy games. So yeah, sounds really, really cool. I really like the kind of as you say, it seems like a very kind of family weight sort of game that's got a little bit of that sort of take that element as well, which I think is really cool, but sort of done in a light-hearted way as well, which means that it's appealing to kind of younger gamers, and those are the young of heart, like me, of course. But yeah,
we do have other secret plans for it to bring it into new expansions. Might not just be unlucky adventurers. Maybe there's other unlucky people out there. Something to be revealed later on.
Okay, look, well, yeah. Make sure you guys come and check them out here at the expo this weekend. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you remember your booth number?
Yes, we do.
Oh my God, go for it.
We're on stand 1023 or 1023.
Brilliant. So go and check out Unlucky Adventurers at their booth. They can sit down and play the game and have fun with it.
We're demoing it all through the weekend, so they're more than welcome to come along. It's just turn up and we'll run you through the game.
We're also playtesting on Sunday as well.
Fantastic stuff. So yeah, if you're here this weekend, come and check out Unlucky Adventurers, and then watch out for the Kickstarter later in the year as well. We're going to move on and do another video. I'll see you very, very soon.
I'm loving that jive.
It's good jive, isn't it?
I'm loving that jive.
Yeah.
Hey, best of luck to you guys over at Unlucky Archers. It's lovely to see new blood coming through. I'm very supportive of that. One of the grandfathers of our industry, a chap I know and love very well, a chap by the name of John Stallard, has a saying. It circles around out of the lead belt in Nottingham. Everyone has a game in them. And I believe this, and I'm on a personal crusade. I need another 2 people, but I'll find another 2 people because 3 people make a crusade. I will be on a personal crusade when I find the other 2 people to do my bit to help people unlock the game that's within them. It doesn't need to publish. It doesn't need to be massive on Kickstarter.
No, very true.
But if you feel that you have a game in there, go for it. Go for it. In fact, I have an idea for you. Not only go for it, but why don't you come over to OnTableTop.com? We have a project system.
Yes.
You click projects at the top. And it's kind of like a little online journal that you can do. And the beauty of it is, if you document your game, if it's something you're not, if you think this game's going to make you £1 million, yeah, okay, you might want to keep it under your hat. But if it's just for the exercise, because I do this, Jerry does this, for the exercise of creating games, because there's nothing that helps you understand games better than actually having a go at creating them, because then you can start to see how mechanics evolve, how mechanics interact with one another. But if you open a project log in there, you can document your experience. And the great thing about documenting your experience there is you're surrounded by people that love games. And you're surrounded by a healthy chunk of people that love to make games. So, yeah.
There's some fantastic people kicking around. People like Craig from the Ministry of Gentlemanly Warfare. Dave Hawes has been essentially playtesting and working out his own game in the project system, Deneb, for, I want to say 3 years now. As he's been pushing forward with that, and there's always updates and new bits and pieces going in there. But yeah, it's a good way of doing it, a good way of getting feedback, and hopefully, like you say, we'll see more from the unlucky adventurers later in the year as well, because it seems like it should be a bit of a no-brainer, a fun family Uno-esque but fantasy role-play type dungeon crawly game.
It could be good. It could be really, really good. I remember, for
killed by a
game
ravenous
design,
orb.
no previous design experience required. You don't need to know how to code. All you need is one of these and some of this. And that's it.
Yeah, very much so.
Heck, you could do it on a clay tablet. We go back to our Sumerian roots, Jerry.
It's all about cuneiform. I will be basing a game on Irvin Finkel. From
your twin brother.
Yeah, my twin brother. To be fair, I was much more twinned with Irvin this morning, but I had to trim this back to fit in a mask. You know, what can I say? Man's a legend. The man is a legend. Why would I not?
Right, we are coming up to the half past the hour. Very shortly, we'll be joined by the team for the close of the show to see how they got on. But first, I think we have time for one more look around.
One more, yep.
Yeah.
So we'll have a look at Naylor.
Yes, Naylor Games. This is James Naylor is going to talk us through some of the bits and pieces that he has been working on. Take it away, Jerry.
All right, guys, so we're here at the UK Games Expo. I'm here with James Naylor of Naylor Games, and we're going to be talking about two fantastic games. The first one of these has the title that has already made my head spin, so go for it.
So, this is Board Games, the Board Game, the Card Game.
Okay, yeah.
In Board Games, the Board Game, the Card Game, you are a game designer trying to make the most money you can out of games while winning the most amount of critical acclaim. Good. You're trying to make 3 games. A bloated masterpiece, a reliable gateway, and a mass market cash cow.
This is hitting so many levels in my media head.
Your bloated masterpiece must be your most complex title. Your reliable gateway, your medium one, and then the other one, your mass market cash cow, must be your least complex title. And you're trying to make the highest scoring combinations or generate the most money within each of those. Because the problem is, your bloated masterpiece might be a work of staggering genius, but it's never going to make the money of the mass market cash cow. So you draw these different idea cards every turn, use development cards to manipulate them, to play them into these rows that are valued like poker hands. At the end of the game, only one player will be the highest scorer who will make the most money from their games. But at the end of the game, you also get a chance to pitch one of your rows to everyone else at the table. Right. You have to include a title for the game, and in 1 minute describe why people would love this particular combination. That has to include every 4 things. So we have, for example, birds, deck building, anthropomorphic animals, and dungeon crawling here. I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I've got to pitch that game in 1 minute at the end of the game. The whole idea behind the thing is to create something light and fun to start a game night with, where there's something for everyone. There's a kind of really interesting kind of like mods, Euro optimization kind of card game, but also this really fun pitching party game all rolled into one product. And the whole thing is like, for me, is like a tribute to the wonders of board games. So each of these different games has got like is 75 different beautiful pieces of cover art level executions, each in the style that we felt most archetypally captured how that game theme tends to be represented. So like zombies, you've got Scythe-esque mechs for giant mechs, you've got cyberpunk here, you've got all these different things, all with some funky flavor text at the bottom. So yeah, a tribute to games you can play in 25 minutes.
As someone who does enjoy their board and card games, why would I be here if I didn't? But this sounds really, really cool. I love the idea of it kind of like being that sort of like entry-level game to a board game night, but also sort of delving into the culture of board games at the same time. It's very, very meta, I guess.
It's so meta. It's kind of ridiculously meta, but I think it should be a beautiful object in itself, as well as something that's just really fun to play at the beginning of a night.
Sounds absolutely fantastic. And the other game we're going to be looking at is Magnate. So we'll come over to that.
This is Magnate the First City. This is our first game, which is literally just being produced. It's on its way from China right now to the UK. In Magnate the First City, you're a property developer trying to make the most money you can out of a city going for a property boom. So plots of land come up for sale, you build buildings on them. But where it's kind of quite different to other games is you actually have to attract tenants to move into these buildings, and they all affect each other. So what happens is the city emerges as all the players try and do what's optimal for them and their property. Also, like real life, prices go up all the time, but eventually they go so high, there's going to be a crash. And what players are trying to work out is when they think the crash will happen based on what's happening dynamically in the market. And the person who manages to time their exit the most and makes the most money in the game is the winner.
Sounds great. It's got that tinge of real life, but also with the knowledge that you're playing a board game with your friends.
Yeah.
So it's not so bad.
It's good, absolutely. Hopefully no one's going to fall out over it. Also, like in this version of real life, you start the game with a mere $2 million of cash, and then everything's up from there. So it's a pretty nice game to play in that sense.
And so you're saying that Magnate is sort of coming on its way to retail stuff?
Yeah.
Yes?
So if all goes to plan, we'll be doing a retail release for October. And then Board Games, the board game, the card game will be going on to Kickstarter hopefully later on this year.
Fantastic stuff. And if people wanted to see you at UK Games Expo and sort of delve into these games themselves, where would they find you?
They can find us at stand 2T31.
It's fantastic stuff. So yes, if you are here at UK Games Expo over this weekend, make sure to come and check out Magnate and I'm going to have to reference it. Okay, board games, the board game, the card game. Okay, I got it this time. I got it. Fantastic. So yes, make sure and check them out. We'll be back with another video very, very soon.
I can't get my head around that. The board games, the board game, the card game.
Board games, the board game, the card game is genius on so many levels.
Yeah.
I do like that. I love the idea that you get your cards, you have to divvy them out in a poker hand style, and then also make them a feasible game of some description.
Yes.
And then at the end you get to pitch your best. Weirdly, when he was going dungeon crawling, animal based thing, and you're just going, well, you're talking to Ben, it's clearly going to be Bears and Badgers.
Burrows and Badgers, yes.
I'm here to pitch you the game Bears and Badgers Hero Quest or Duck Quest or whatever it's going to be called, But yeah, it's a fascinating little game that he's put together.
Yeah.
Last year, it may even have been the virtual expo. If not, then it may just have been last year in general. I had an interview with him about Magnate when they were just hitting Kickstarter.
Yes.
And that was an interesting one, simply not just from the design point of view, but when you're building your city and you put a block of flats in somewhere, you can keep tying away in your little corner, but if you don't have the other amenities, if you don't have schools, hospitals, grocery stores, then people aren't going to come. So there's no point in building them. It ends up like Belfast. You just got lots of empty towers. And the idea that you're trying to do this up until the point when the crash happens, and that's the natural end of the property boom, was really a really good way of cutting off, of time limiting your game when you hit the point where you can't buy anymore, and then all of a sudden the bottom falls out of the market and you're just left trying to pick up the pieces. At that point you're just going, oh well, we're going to be fine, all our tenants we'll kick them all out in the street.
Yeah, and it beats that 18-hour mammoth Monopoly session where you'll end up coming to fisticuffs at the end of it, because everybody is accusing everybody else of cheating.
Yeah, very much so. But yeah, it's two very, very different styles of games from them as well, and yet both very interesting and attractive, I would say.
Right. Will we continue on our journey, Jerry?
We can do. We can honey badger up.
Yes. Yes, because I've been reliably informed that they have a new game called Food Pawn, and I'm interested. I want to see what Food Pawn is all about.
Okie dokie.
Let's check it out.
I do this. I do that, and then.
Hi there, Free here at UK Games Expo, and my crow eyes have been drawn to the food, and I couldn't not, because it is not just normal food. I am over here at Food Pawn, and I'd love to see what special things we've got on offer. So what have you got here today on your stall?
Loads of new stuff. So we were here 2 years ago with our first 3 products. And we're now up to 15. So
amazing. We've
got Goblin Dice. That's our special new release this weekend, which we're really hoping will go fantastically. They're lemon and lime polyhedral sets. Yeah. We're also doing edible potions now. So we do a mana potion, a health potion. We've got a whole sweet shop range, cola bottle, rhubarb and custard. We've also got some, a little bit like blackjacks as well. So
Beautiful.
if you are feeling nostalgic, we've definitely got something for everyone.
There are definitely some edible dice on the table, so if you are worried about a bad roll when you've got your dice out on the table, don't worry, because you can just pop them straight in your mouth. So do not worry about that. But it is absolutely fantastic seeing the different stuff that we've got going on at UK Games Expo this year, and certainly stuff that we're going to enjoy.
Edible potions, Jerry. Genius.
I'm a little bit disturbed that they didn't actually taste them on camera.
Oh, she should have.
Yeah.
She tells us they're delicious, by the way.
Yeah.
But you know, I saw the edible dice and I thought, oh, they're cute. But when they pulled out the edible potions, I thought, what a great piece to have on your role-playing night.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you've got a potion, chuck an edible potion over to them.
Now, the only problem with that is how often have we chugged a potion and then one of the other party members going, actually, it'd be better if I had that. Well,
no. This is my potion. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Unless you're going to open your mouth and mummy bird it into them, they're not getting it anymore.
All she needs to do now is to make little sweetie chickens, so I can eat all the chickens during my Game of Thrones RPG nights. So it's
that does make an awful lot of sense. Yes.
No, I love it. If you fancy it, definitely. A lot of these companies are all online as well. If you have a browse through the UK Games Expo site, you should be able to find it.
Yeah, you can bring up the exhibitor list, and in most cases, there will hopefully be attached websites for them as well.
Yeah, you can go and check it out and support these people from afar. Right, I believe we're going to take a very quick break now, and then we come back, we will have the team actually on site, end of day, and we can get a quick chit-chat to them about how it all went. We will be right back. It's not working anymore. Hey, we will be right back right after this. And we're back. And we have the team. Hey, team, first things first, I've got to say, well done, guys, getting around as much as you did today. It's been fascinating watching it all. Have you had fun?
I'm the only one that can hear back in the studio because we're still working out this live thing a little bit. But thank you for the thank you, Warren. Ben, have you had fun?
I have had fun. It's been very good. It's been really nice to come back to events and do some awesome stuff. I'm glad that my joke about Justin's van braces has carried through the rest of the day, which is really, really good. Thank you guys in the studio for doing that. But I think one of the core things that I really wanted to push home just on day one is the fact that, like, and obviously I'm making Justin reach this. I want to hog the microphone, right?
Sorry, I am strong with the van brace.
Yeah, is that, like, it's been really awesome coming back to an event, seeing everybody just going around, having fun, playing games. And now, as you can see, we're in this open gaming area, and people are just enjoying the rest of the night. They've come here, they've got their food, they've got their games, maybe some new ones, maybe the ones they got out of a library or something, and they're just diving in and playing games, and it's just fantastic to see.
See, this is what I've been missing for the last 18 months, is people getting together and playing. Free, have you enjoyed it?
I've had an amazing time, guys. As I said, this is my first time at the NEC at UK Games Expo, and I think one of my favourite things today is I've met some truly incredible people today. I've met some really, really incredible publishers, some people, some community members. Thank you for coming and say hi when you did. So I've had an absolutely amazing time.
Go ahead, Ben.
I want to say a thank you to Tony for bringing me something that I will show off at a later date on the weekend there. So, but thank you, Tony. It was very, very gracious.
Very mysterious.
For everybody,
Oh, yes.
For everybody who's been joining us on the live blog and on the live stream, I want to thank all of you for taking the time and coming to join us, even though you couldn't make it here this weekend.
But
Justin,
if
wait.
you are in the area and you can come to Birmingham, because Birmingham's great. I live here, so it must be amazing. All you got to do is come down to the NEC and check it out. It's open, as I say, it's obviously today, tomorrow, and Sunday, and they're going to be doing the same thing every day, just like Pinky and the Brain, trying to take over the world with board games. And it's just a blast. As I say, things have gone incredibly smoothly here today for everyone who's attended, and everyone's just been having so much fun. And yeah, it's just going to get better and better, I'm sure it is. So, yeah.
Right,
Justin,
Warren, you were trying to say something there, buddy.
I've got news for while we were on air. One of the major game companies reached out to us to let you guys know that they are going to take you guys out for beer and food tonight on them. So they are.
No, I think isn't that I think we already organized that earlier with John doing a little smoozing, which is very nice. So Warren's just letting us know food and beer is on one of our very good friends within the industry. So
I was about to say it was,
John
but we've
very
lost the
confused
contact.
there.
We don't know who they were.
Have a headphone as well. He's like, what?
Oh no, it's fine. John got the number.
Oh, for goodness sake!
You think we're gonna let free beer go away when we're at an event? No.
Much more importantly,
No.
Yes.
Much more importantly, one of the people in the chat was asking Justin, "Are you going to buy a piece of armor a day and then by the end of the weekend be fully armored like a knight?"
Yeah, Justin. What is your next?
If I had the personal funds to do it, I definitely would.
What is the next piece of the Diana Prince costume you're trying to put together?
In the words of Blackadder, the Black Russian. That one always puts the wind up the clergy. Sorry, I couldn't resist, folks.
Couldn't. He should have, but he couldn't.
Justin, I suppose most of our chatters, they've all been of the same thing. They are wondering. Do you know what you've got on? Yes.
Yes. I know exactly what I have on.
Okay.
Like
so you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. I would like to state officially for the stream, none of us have bet him anything to do this, by the way. This is all of his own accord.
Apropos of nothing at all, he turned up on camera wearing those himself of his own volition.
I saw them on a stand. I liked them on the stand. I bought them from the stand. I had to take them back to the stand to get prepared. I like them. So
how quickly did it take you to break them? What?
No, there was a little imperfection in one of the actual buckle points, but I took it back to the guy and he was quite happy to repair it.
There you go. And
so honestly, it's something I love is seeing the handcrafted pieces that people bring to these events.
Yes.
Something I love. Don't you?
Oh, I love it. There's been so many, as I said earlier, there's been like hair accessories, there's been random dice bags, there's been everything, but it's all been handcrafted. It's been crafted with love as well. It's really lovely to see everything that's been out on the booths today.
How about you, Ben? Do you like seeing the cottage industry coming together and actually getting to show off their stuff to so many people?
I do. It would be terrible if I said no. No, I really like seeing people, playing around with arts and crafts around the hobby. I think it's one of the nicest things about what we do is that a lot of the time it can be about the games and obviously everything like that, but I like all the peripheral stuff that comes with it as well. So people who make themed beer or themed items of clothing and all kinds of things like that, and all the stuff to do with laugh and everything like that too. It's all very, very cool indeed. The thing that really gets me, and obviously I think you've seen the video actually, is the Unlucky Adventurers folks. So they're obviously doing that game. So it's been really nice to have indie people here as well as just people creating fascinating pieces of accessories and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's been nice to see people doing indie stuff in the board game scene and just being able to showcase it to lots and lots of people because that's what conventions are for. So yeah.
And that is the fabulous thing of our industry.
So Leather Daddy, I've got a question for you.
2021.
No chats.
UK Games. Oh, there's been no chats. Apologies. I was on the hunt for you. But the best thing about 2021 has been it really is the year of the indie this year, isn't it?
A 10-year-old joke is still 10 years old, Warren. I know you too well by now to let it slip by.
Listen to me, Leather Daddy. I've got a question for you. So UK Games Expo, for people that are attending, is not only about what happens in the halls, okay? There was also, up until now, a wider kind of hub of activity going on around the hotels and stuff like that. Is there any of that kind of thing this year? What's your plans for tonight?
Well, in all honesty, there is some of it still going on outside of the NEC, but most of the big hotels around here are currently shut. So I believe the Hilton is shut down for renovation at the minute, and I believe there's some other ones that are shut down for other reasons. But honestly, I think tonight is just chill out, sit down, get a pint in us, and then come back and do it all again tomorrow.
Will you be letting John out from behind the camera more often tomorrow? Or is that his lot in life? Do you only release him when there's historics?
It's because we are using John's gimbal. It is his gimbal. There are many like it, but this one is his. And if anyone else touches it, there has been a threat of loss of limbs. I can hold it. No,
there we go.
No. John has many ways if you break something like that.
Can you even turn the camera around on a gimbal? I don't know whether it's just that work.
It won't flip. It's on a gimbal. It will just spin. The handle will just spin. You will never see him. He can try. Would you like to say hello to John?
Yes, we would. We would. We'd love to say hello to John.
So I'm coming across to John. John, have you enjoyed the show?
No, don't touch his gimbal.
Of course I have. I can see tanks.
You've got to
You
see
saw many
tanks.
tanks. Well, I know you loved Warlord and you love
two of my favorite companies here.
Yeah, that's working well, isn't it?
Stuff I'm not going to be exploring tomorrow.
Bright boys, a pair of them, aren't they?
I mean, there is a fabulous hat that we saw that we may take an interview with you on.
The levels of intelligence within this team is incredible. You know, it's this is why we get paid the big bucks.
I'm going to say that must have been.
Hang on, Warren's talking.
Yeah, you did an amazing job. You and John look brilliant there, boy.
He's
Something broke. I couldn't hear that. I didn't catch that. That's probably for the best.
It's okay. I was just saying you did an amazing job. You and John looked amazing. So great work, Justin. You're making us all proud here.
Well, you said you wanted to talk to him. You didn't say you wanted to see him. Be specific.
Right.
All right.
All right.
I can be pedantic too.
There we go.
Oh, hang on. Hold on. Has he?
Hey, John. Hello, everybody.
So, John,
it's been fun being behind the camera most of the day and playing around with this gimbal. It's so awesome.
So Warren has a question.
Yes.
Go on.
So,
Go on, Warren.
Has he enjoyed it? What's been his favourite bit of the day?
Right. Have you enjoyed it? What's been your favourite bit of the day?
My favourite bit of the day has been walking up to the Warlord stand and introducing. I think it was 3 years old with me. And they're like, "Oh, I'm free." And they're like, "Oh, lovely to meet you." And then they all four of them looked at me and went, "Well, we know who you are." I was like, "Oh, okay."
We've seen your.
Tell John there's probably a picture of him up behind the stand.
Saying,
warning.
Do not let this guy in.
There's probably a small shrine below one of the demo tables.
That's not what I said.
That's not what we said,
And
dude.
he's not here because he's hiding.
A picture of you behind the stand is what they said.
That's not what we said. We said there's a picture
Okay,
behind the
then I didn't
stand.
hear it. I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
Shocking.
Yeah, it's been great though. It's been absolutely great, and getting to see a lot of the historical stuff coming back, seeing new releases and all that sort of thing. It's got me really energized again after lockdown. We can
grab some of this stuff now and look at new game systems and stuff that are coming out. So yeah, it's going to be great. This next year is going to be fantastic for that stuff. We hope.
Good.
We hope. It will be. It will be. Absolutely, it will be.
Right, go back to the other three.
Okay, we're going to need you to flip again, so that we are back over here.
There we go.
Technology.
So, any last questions for the team tonight, guys? 'Cause
Yes.
we are tired. We are thirsty.
Yes.
Okay, what's the question?
Right. So your challenge for tomorrow is to see if you can dig out any Star Wars news.
Okay, we're looking for Star Wars news. Okay.
Okay, or some Star Wars related stuff, because we have a German member that needs some Star Wars.
He wants you to go to the Asmodee stand and he wants you to ask them about epic Star Wars Legion. That's what he wants you to ask.
Is this itty bitty Star Wars?
Yeah. Tiny epic Star Wars Legion.
I will say, Ben has made an acquaintance there who might be able to plumb for some information.
What?
The guy who you did the Descent interview with?
Oh, yeah.
He's very friendly.
He's very nice, man. Yes. Yeah. It's the only copy in the UK at the moment. So.
Yeah. And unfortunately, you got an invite to play tomorrow morning, but we have to work, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, we do. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and see him playing the game, and I'm going to go take some nice pictures and show things off. So I think it'll be really cool. So,
That will be cool. That will be cool.
So,
right,
we'll
I'm not
see what we
finished
can
yet.
dig out for you folks.
Yeah, I'm not finished
I
yet.
think we're all good.
No, I'm not finished yet.
Oh,
All right.
he's not finished yet.
As
Okay.
well as Star Wars, okay?
Well, Star Wars.
See if you can find something to do with vampires or Dracula, especially Dracula. Is that Dracula game likely to be there this year?
I don't think Chris is there now.
Dracula.
I do believe I have seen a Vampire the Masquerade board game. Yeah?
Yeah. We've seen it. Why? What's the after?
Oh, he's looking for vampires and Dracula related stuff. So what do you think? Know anything?
I've
Seen
seen
anything?
a couple of bits around, Lauren. We'll get back to you tomorrow and we'll be filming.
That'll do. And then I have a
I've definitely
request.
seen some bits.
I have a request for free,
Request for you.
right? And that is that free is to find as many little cute animal games as she can stand.
You are to find as many cute, fluffy little animal games as you can stand. All of them there.
Warren, I nearly lost it earlier. There's a whole table full of fluffy llamas.
Right, team, go.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm more than happy to do that. So chances are I probably own them all, but yeah, I'm definitely going to look out for that. Yeah.
Right, well
Well,
done,
that's-
you guys. Look, you've done a great job. Go and get yourselves rested. Get ready for tomorrow. 1 p.m. comes early. We've got a lot of work to do. But in the meantime, go and have some beers. See you later, dudes. Bye bye. Right. Jerry.
Warren.
And that brings us to a close.
Yeah.
Of day one of UK Games Expo 2021. Fair play to the team at UK Games Expo. It hasn't been an easy task for them, and it hasn't been an easy ride this past nearly 2 years now. But they've made it. They've had a show, and by all accounts, so far things are going very smoothly.
Yeah.
And certainly our team seem to be having a blast. So, yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying it. I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage at home. Let us know if this format is working for you guys, because it's a format that we will look to repeat, where we will have the simultaneous people working at the event and then people presenting from the studio here in a continuous live stream.
Definitely.
Except for the part where we go for lunch and
Well,
beers.
that has to happen. And if you've missed anything, if you just joined us, if you've just woke up, if you're in some weird part of the world, don't forget you can always go and check out the live blog. So all of the videos that we've seen are in there already, along with some photo galleries and other bits and bobs from the guys. So there'll be bits and pieces in there that you may not have come across yet. There's a particularly spectacular 6x4 filled with stuff from TT Combat that was just mind-blowing. Just a huge table's worth of terrain. So
I want to see that. Yeah.
So yeah, you can have a little troll through and see what you can find in there and get yourself all caught up for when we come back tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's our streaming times. over the course of this weekend. So as you know when and where, you'll be very welcome. Remember, folks, you can also grab yourself a bit of a deal. If you head on over to whalinggames.co.uk, plug in that riff in time. If you buy both those items, that's the Bill and Ted board game and the expansion set, you'll save a £5 on the set, so you walk away with them for 20 quid. You can't be bad at that.
Bargain.
Right. I think we have successfully navigated our way through the first day of UK Games Expo. Fist bump, my bro. Boom.
By hook or by crook, we got there.
Thank you for watching, guys. It has been an absolute pleasure. We will catch you again tomorrow at 1 p.m. In the meantime, fist bumps.